about the order, and I need to get to a place where I can pull up what I need. So
Okay,
hang on one
why don't I go forward for a little bit and get through the introductions, and then I'll hand it off when we start LD4. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful Thursday morning, and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. This morning we have a slightly unusual event, which is that we're having a second public hearing on a bill. It is noticed as a work session, but we did let folks on our interested parties list know that we would be treating it like a public hearing because an issue has arisen that's related to this bill, but totally new amendment to the bill, and that we wanted to be able to ensure that full public hearing and notice was given. So we'll be picking up LD4 first this morning. Then we will pick up two bills related to occupational therapy licensing, and we'll work those, hear those bills in a combined hearing. And one's interstate compact, and the other is some changes that may be needed to be made to the licensing statute to accommodate the compact. Then we will proceed through the rest of the bills in their numerical order, I think. So we'll pick up 1629 and then 1660, 1622, 1645, and 1661 for public hearings this afternoon. So the only change to what the order that's listed on the website would be to pull the LD 1646 up with LD 31. Those are the two occupational therapy bills. All right, so that's our plan for our work today. And we'll start, as we do, with committee introductions, and I'll start with Representative Matheson this morning.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy Matheson. I'm from District 1, Kittery.
And Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I am Poppy Arford, representing State House District 49, the western part of Brunswick.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Evans, and I represent House District 120, including the towns of Atkinson, Brownville, Double Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Ornerville Township, and Lakeview Plantation. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Connor. I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
And Representative Blyer. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Brooks. I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Malorano.
Good morning. My name is Gina Malorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Quint, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tracy Quint. I represent House District 144. Sorry for the delay. And I represent Amity, Bancroft, Benedicta, Cary, Glenwood, Haynesville, Hodgson, Holton, Macklehawk, Orient, Reed, Weston, Molunkus, Silver Ridge, and South Aroostook.
Senator Brenner.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Stacey Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton.
And Representative Tepler.
Good morning. My name is Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom, and serve as the House co-chair of the committee.
Great. And we are assisted today by our clerk, Christian Ritchie, and our analyst, Colleen McCarthy-Reed. And
introduce yourself, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
thank you, Representative Tepler. You can tell I'm trying to do like 5 things at once as I prepare to find my testimony on LD4. My name is Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of beautiful city of Portland and half of the gorgeous city of Westbrook. And as I said, we are going to start with LD4 this morning, and I'm a bit discombobulated. So just give me a moment to find my testimony.
May I take over here, Senator?
Please accept that I'm still looking for my testimony, so it may take me another minute before I respond when you call on me.
That's fine. I just want to let the people in the attendee list know that because we are treating this, even though it's a work session, as a public hearing, I will be asking after the bill is introduced by its sponsor for any testimony in favor of the bill, then testimony in opposition to the bill, and testimony either for or against. And you can indicate your interest in testifying by raising your hand, your little electronic hand, and you will be pulled into the meeting to join the panel to give your testimony. And you will move through what our committee calls the wormhole, which is a short period of time where it appears you're not in the meeting. Then you'll see a spinning wheel and you will appear in the panel, and hopefully we'll be able to start your own microphone and video.
I found my testimony, Madam Chair.
Great. And I also want to let folks know that people on our committee will be coming and going as they have responsibilities in other committees as well. So with that, I'll invite Senator Sanborn to present her testimony on LD4, and we'll open the work session / public hearing-ish thing now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, committee, for your consideration of this amendment to LD4, which was brought to us as a department bill titled An Act to Amend the Maine Pharmacy Act. As you know, this originally was brought forward by the department and the Board of Pharmacy to make modest changes to the Maine Pharmacy Act. And after a public hearing and work session, the bill was passed by this committee. However, very recently, it's come to my attention that there's another important change that needs to be made to the Maine Pharmacy Act. And after working with the department, we agreed that LD4 was an appropriate legislative vehicle in which to address the issue. Many thanks to the department for their flexibility and accommodation in this regard. So what's this additional issue that needs to be addressed? Very simply, Maine is one of the few states in this country that does not permit retail pharmacies to compound medications for veterinary office use, except in limited circumstances where the medication is compounded specifically for an individual patient, in this case, an animal. To address this issue, I've worked with the department and other stakeholders on an amendment to LD4 that would allow 503A pharmacies in Maine, which are the retail pharmacies under the statute, to engage in the compounding of medication for veterinary office use without the current patient-specific limitation that effectively prevents such compounding from taking place. If we approve this amendment, retail pharmacies will be able to offer a wider array of medications to veterinarians to meet the needs of their animal patients who come in a wide variety of species and sizes. This modest change to Maine law will give veterinarians more options for obtaining needed medications, and such choice can lead to better quality and lower prices. There's also a very timely economic development aspect to this bill, and that's why we're taking it up as an amendment to LD4 instead of waiting for some subsequent session. Covetrus is a Maine-based veterinary pharmacy company that is in the process of building a new headquarters in downtown Portland. As part of that effort, Covetrus is planning to include a new state-of-the-art compounding pharmacy with the goal of hiring at least 70 full-time, high-paying positions within the pharmacy itself, including numerous other full-time local jobs directly related to the pharmacy. This pharmacy would sell compounded medications directly to veterinarians in Maine and throughout the region for use in their offices. The pharmacy will also provide clinical training opportunities to pharmacy students at the University of New England and good jobs for students graduating from Maine's pharmacy schools. While the accelerated timing of this amendment is in recognition of Covetrus's immediate need, if the amendment is passed, it would also allow for other 503A pharmacies in Maine to compound and sell to veterinary offices. This change would put Maine in alignment with most states throughout the United States, including New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Vermont. I will also note that we decided to come forward with an amendment to an existing bill rather than bring this forward as a standalone bill, because this issue in Maine law was not identified as an issue until later in the winter, long after closure. Actually, just less than a month ago. At that time, Covetrus reached the pharmacy, the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, to see if there was an administrative fix to the problem. All parties concluded that a statutory fix was necessary, and hence the issue is appearing before us today. With regard to specific language in the amendment, and I think Colleen has dropped a link to the most revised proposal into the chat. And it's also available, I think, online through the legislature's database. But the specific language of the amendment, the original draft that was circulated earlier this week, was modeled on language from other states and included a number of common limitations and restrictions on compounding for veterinary office use. However, in part because of the short time frame available to address all the details, we worked collaboratively with the department and the Maine Board of Pharmacy on a further amendment, which is the one that's in the chat. And that would leave the operational safety and other guidelines to a rulemaking to be conducted by the Board of Pharmacy. This approach makes sense to me and provides assurance and good amount of time and process to make sure that we get all the details right before compounding could take place under the bill. And as you can see in the amendment, there is a provision that requires that compounding not take place until those rules are promulgated. And that seems like a good common sense solution given the short time frame here. They are routine technical rules, and I think we're well within the expertise of the Board of Pharmacy. And I know the pharmacy board has agreed with this this course of action, and I think Ms. Betts from the board is here as well today. So with this bill, we will improve the therapies that veterinarians can provide to their animal patients, create 200 to 300 new high-wage jobs for one project alone, and provide a new training resource for Maine students who are in school to become pharmacists. So thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, although those who are coming behind me know more about the ins and outs of veterinary compounding than I do. I didn't really know that that was a thing until about a month ago. So thank you.
Questions from the committee for Senator Sanborn? Okay. I have a quick one. Senator Sanborn, is there an emergency clause on this bill?
That's a good question. I don't think there is on the amendment as drafted, and there should be.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other questions from the committee, I will turn to those who are on the Zoom call in the attendee list and ask for testimony in favor of the bill. If you wish to testify in favor of the bill, please raise your electronic hand. Okay, we will call Ms. Ann Randall. Welcome, Ms. Randall. Please turn on your microphone and your camera if possible. Oh, there you are. Great.
Yes, and you still see my backyard. Thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Ann Randall. I am the Senior Director and Senior Counsel for Regulatory and Government Affairs Matters with Covetrus. We are a publicly traded company, fairly newly formed back in 2019, and we are based in Portland, Maine. And Senator Sanborn, I will reiterate her testimony. We are in the process, if any of you have the privilege to head down close to the waterfront, our new building is under construction. We will have a state-of-the-art pharmacy, 2 floors, with 1 floor being dedicated to compounding, which is an important component for therapeutic treatment of, especially in the veterinary space. We specialize in veterinary medicine. For those of you not familiar with Covetrus, we offer a number of services to support the veterinary community, including the compounding, prescription management, software services, as well as wholesale distribution. We, as you can imagine, support LD4 as it will allow a 503A, a state licensed retail pharmacy, which we are building out in Portland, to be able to offer compounded products to veterinarians for them to use in their office. This is important, as Senator Sanborn noted, as many practitioners, you have a wide variety of patients, size. You know, even if you think of it's a dog, it can go from a Chihuahua, toy poodle, all the way up to a Great Dane. So there is a need for high quality compounded products so that you're getting the right dosage for those particular pets, or you may need to use an alternate dosage form, a topical versus a tablet, for example, or an injectable or a chew. And these are the types of products that we make to fill the gap that isn't currently being met by the large-scale manufacturers that are out there. The facility that we are building, the pharmacy, Senator Sanborn is correct. We will have at least 70 employees dedicated specifically to the pharmacy. Our corporate headquarters are also located in Portland, so there are a lot of support services, including people like myself, who are based here in the Portland area. So we see the building of the pharmacy is going to support further jobs as our company grows. So it is very, very exciting. We have worked with the department, the Board of Pharmacy and the department, and we agreed that rulemaking would be the best approach to work out the details to ensure that what Maine decides for guidelines and parameters specifically for office use are fully vetted, and that there is more opportunity for comment. I will say we submitted the language that we did using what we follow in a number of states, just so that people would know that we as Covetrus fully expect that office use, that there are appropriate limitations. So we didn't want you to think that we were coming in just building this big new facility and wanted to have some sort of free-for-all. We also believe this is very important, not only for our partnership with UNE, because the ability to compound for office use gives us the opportunity to, it's more demand, and then it means we need more people. And so it will give us opportunity to have more students come over from UNE. It also gives the opportunity for many smaller pharmacies that already have established relationships with their local veterinarian. So pharmacies in the community that are compounding today, they will have the opportunity as well to supply directly to the vets. Our Portland facility will be a facility that's our anchor for the New England region. So we're looking at it for Maine and beyond. So again, thank you all for your consideration of this bill. And again, thank you, Senator Sanborn, for bringing it forward on behalf of the department and all the pharmacies here in Maine. And I do want to add, I do have Jennifer O'Grady is watching as well with me. She is a pharmacist. She is our head pharmacist for Covetrus. So if there are any technical questions about compounding, please ask. And I would ask that if Jennifer could field the more technical questions versus me as the government affairs person. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Randall. I see that we do have a question from Representative Matheson for you. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Randall. We use compounding pharmacies a lot in my integrated practice for humans. I'm just curious, does your agency have any extension for compounding for humans, or is just strictly for veterinarians?
We do a small amount of compounding in the human space through our 503B outsourcing facility, but our pharmacies are dedicated to the veterinary space.
Okay, any other questions from the committee for Ms. Randall? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And I will ask if there's anyone else in the Zoom call on the attendee list who would like to testify in favor of the bill, of the amendment, I should say. Seeing none, is there anyone who would like to testify in opposition to the amendment? Again, seeing none, is there anyone who would like to testify neither for nor against the amendment to LD4? Still seeing none, I will bring the hearing on the amendment to LD4, well, the work session to LD4 to an end. And we will announce another work session on this bill in the near future to hold a vote, or unless, oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Madam Chair, I think we need a tabling motion.
Ah, okay. I would happily entertain a tabling motion from the floor. I see Representative Quint is offering a tabling motion and Representative Brooks is seconding. And so it's been moved and seconded to table LD4 and its amendment for a future work session. And I think we do this with, yes, Representative Bleier with hands in the box. So please put your hand up if you favor the tabling motion. Unanimous of those present and voting. Thank you. And now we will move on to public hearings. And first, we're going to take up the two occupational therapy licensing issues. I believe we're hearing them together. They're both presented by Senator Sanborn. So we have LD 31 and LD 1629. So Senator Sanborn, would you please go ahead and present the bills to us?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Tepler and distinguished colleagues of the committee. The first bill that I want to introduce is LD 31, an act to adopt the Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact. Pardon me. According to the Council of State Governments, interstate compacts provide the most effective means for achieving borderless practice for licensed practitioners and military spouses, relieving the burdens of maintaining multiple state licenses. Of the several bills dealing with occupational licensing before us this session, most are intended to make it easier for licensees from other states to obtain a license and to practice in the state of Maine. Only the two interstate compacts bills before us are designed to assist Maine licensees to practice across state lines, as well as assisting out-of-state licensees who wish to practice here in Maine. Interstate compacts are, as the name indicates, contracts between two or more states. Licensees in states that join a compact need not obtain multiple state licenses, but obtain compact privilege to work across state lines with another compact state, either by using telehealth or by providing in-person care. Interstate compacts do not change the member states' rules on scope of practice. Licensees must abide by the practice rules in the state in which they are practicing. States do not cede their authority to discipline their own licensees, and interstate compacts do not affect Medicaid or commercial insurance rates and reimbursements. LD 31 would put in place an interstate compact process similar to those already in place in Maine for physicians and nurses, and to the proposed compact for clinical psychologists that we heard last week. The second bill that I am bringing forward today would amend the occupational therapy licensing statutes in a number of ways. First, it would revise the descriptions of the practice of occupational therapy found in the licensing law. These descriptions have not been revised in more than 2 decades, during which time the practice of occupational therapy has changed some of the terminology that's used in its profession. The bill doesn't expand OT's scope of practice, but instead better reflects the current state of the practice using updated language. And in addition, the bill would reinstate the requirement that occupational therapists participate in continuing education, just as many other healthcare occupations do now. Not only is this good practice, but it is necessary if Maine is going to join the Occupational Therapy Interstate Compact, which is the subject of LD 31, which is being heard today. And so that's why I suggested that we could hear these together, because we do need to make this other change with regard to continuing education if we want to qualify to adopt the compact. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have on either of these 2 bills, although the folks who wrote them will be coming behind me.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, I see that Representative Evans has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, and you may not know, but what agency regulates the occupational therapists in this state, in the state of Maine?
It's a licensing board under the Department of Professional Licensing,
Okay.
just like for the other boards that we've heard from.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And I believe we will hear from someone from the department, or at least have some written communication from them. I will ask that those who are testifying in favor of these bills, please try to address both bills with your testimony so that we don't have to call you up twice. We would very much appreciate that. So looking at the lists on these bills, I will first call those in favor of the bill, and I see, yes, Mr. Arnold, I will call you eventually. You're on my list, but I think first I'm going to call Mr. Howe of the Occupational Therapy Association. Welcome, Mr. Howe. You're on mute, Mr. Howe. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Mr. Howe, your microphone isn't connected to the right microphone, I think is the issue.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, well, Mr. Howell, you figure that out for a minute or two there. I think I will call another person while you figure that out. So I will call Megan Pudler of the American Occupational Association.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Good morning. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Megan Pudler. I'm a State Affairs Manager at the American Occupational Therapy Association. I'll be testifying in support of LD 31, which would establish the Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact, as well as LD 1646, which would make changes to the Occupational Therapy Practice Act. In regards to LD 31, AOTA has been working with the Council of State Governments to develop this initiative, as well as in collaboration with state associations across the nation, including the Maine Occupational Therapy Association, to enact this legislation in the states. The language being proposed went through a thorough stakeholder review process to gather questions and comments from state officials, practitioners, state regulatory boards, and other interested parties. Maine has enacted licensure compacts for physicians and nurses, much like these existing licensure compacts, as well as compacts across the nation for physical therapists, EMS personnel, and the licensure compact that's currently being debated in the state for psychologists. The OT compact will increase licensure portability while allowing member state regulatory boards to better protect consumers through enhanced sharing of licensure information. Existing interstate compacts have been successful in reducing barriers for practitioners who wish to provide services in other states. The compact will go into effect when 10 states have enacted this legislation. It's been proposed in 15 states during this legislative session. 4 have enacted the language thus far. By being one of the first 10 member states, Maine would be able to participate in rulemaking and writing the standards and regulations for use of the compact across the states. The OT compact will benefit consumers, our members in the profession in Maine, by enhancing mobility for occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants, increasing access to occupational therapy services for clients, allowing military personnel and spouses to more easily maintain their certifications while relocating. According to the Department of Defense, military families move every 3 years on average. The compact helps military spouses relocate and begin work without delay by reducing the amount of time and effort needed to gain authorization to practice in a new state, even as compared to expedited licensure laws. So furthermore, the OT compact preserves the regulatory authority of each compact member state to protect public health and safety through the existing state regulatory structure. I'm also testifying in support of LD 1646, which would make the changes to the OT Practice Act. AOTA has also been working in collaboration with the Maine Occupational Therapy Association to amend the Practice Act. If enacted, it would make several changes. Specifically, it would modernize language to mirror the AOTA Model Practice Act, as well as language adopted in other states. It does not expand the definition or the practice of occupational therapy. It really just expands on the definition of the services that OTs and OTAs provide, and also includes additional language to support occupational therapy practitioners' role in mental health. Like Senator Sanborn said, it would also establish requirements for continuing education for license renewals and continuing education for reinstated licenses. Maine is currently one of 3 states that does not have continuing education requirements for OTs or OTAs. AOTA has worked with state associations for more than 40 years to advocate for state licensure laws in all 50 states. The District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, we strongly support the role of state government in regulating the practice of occupational therapy, and we're pleased to support these proposed changes. So thank you for your consideration today on both of these bills.
Questions from the committee for Ms. Pudler? Yes, Representative Matheson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pudler. Being a Kittery District 1 rep and the cross with Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, this is very interesting to me. I'm just curious, how do you align the CPEs since we don't have those in Maine? How do you define those CPEs for OTs in this compact?
So Maine would have to enact that in order to join the compact, because that is a requirement for states to join the licensure compact. So theoretically, Maine could join the compact and then later add those CE requirements, but would practitioners in the state would be unable to join the compact without those CE requirements. Massachusetts is a state that actually recently added CEs to their regulations, just as a bordering state that's helpful.
All set, Representative Matheson? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pudler, for your
Thank you.
testimony. Seeing no further questions from the committee, I'll move back to Mr. Howe, who I think has figured out his audio issues.
Well, we're about to find out.
You are audible.
I just bought a new headset with microphone built into it. I wasn't going to use it, but the little USB thingy was plugged into the computer, so it was as confused as I am. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Robert Howe. I'm a resident of Brunswick. I once served on an earlier iteration of this committee, then called the Committee on Business Legislation. I am the registered lobbyist of the Maine Occupational Therapy Association. We may not have any real live Maine occupational therapists with us today, and believe me, it's not for lack of interest. It was strictly a matter of scheduling and not wanting to, reschedule patients. I refer with respect to LD 31, the testimony of Ryan Gallant, who owns Gallant Therapy Services. He is an OT, and they serve about 500 families in central and northern Maine, and he employs 22 OTs. Here are his reasons for supporting this bill. It allows licensed occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants to practice across state lines, for example, using telehealth, to improve consumer access to OT services, to enhance mobility of OT practitioners, such as relocating military spouses, improve the continuity of care, address competitive issues raised by the Federal Trade Commission and others, and this would increase competition, preserve and strengthen the state licensure system and enhance the exchange of licensure, investigatory, and disciplinary information between the member states. With respect to LD 1646, I refer you to this testimony of Maggie Demetris. She works at the Cedars in Portland with people living with dementia. I'll read parts of her testimony. LD 1646 updates the language regarding OT practice. The current definitions.
Mr.
Yes.
Howe, we have her testimony in writing, so I think it's unnecessary for you to read it to us.
Well, I'm sure you will all read every word of it. So with that, I will end unless you have questions, which I will endeavor to answer.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Howe? And please, I will, now that I've stopped Mr. Howe from reading testimony out loud, I will ask you to make sure you review the testimony of Maggie Demetris on LD 1646. And I will call Kimberly Davis to testify in favor of the bill. Welcome, Ms. Davis.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kimberly Davis, and I am a resident of Eddington, Maine, and I am an occupational therapy practitioner. For the first bill with the OT Compact, I am asking for support of this because it will really help and ensure that practitioners are able to follow their potential patients in different areas if they should need to. The compact is going to authorize an OT practitioner to practice either in person or via telehealth in states that are part of that compact if the home state of the practitioner is also part of that compact. The compact is going to preserve and strengthen the licensure system. It will enhance public safety, and as it provides a supplementary layer of oversight. It will improve access to services, open the job market for both in and out of state practitioners, allow for better mobility of practitioners, improve the portability of licensure, and expand continuity of care. It will encourage cooperation of all states who are part of that compact. we do want to make sure that it's understood that really that opportunity to individually join the compact will be voluntary. Having a compact in Maine will not impact the licensure board's ability to really define our licensure requirements or our scope of practice, or any other licensure issuing processes. But part of the compact, the licensure board would need to reinstate that continuing education requirement as part of the licensure, which is important for us as practitioners. We are only one of 3 states that do not have continuing education in the United States. Any additional costs or perceived loss of revenue by instating the compact would be offset by really looking at charging an appropriate fee for the main compact privilege, LD 31. And it won't impact any other bills that are looking to streamline the licensure in Maine, such as LD 149. As far as the second bill, 1646, yes, 1646, as it's already been stated, the words that are used in the current scope of practice that is available now is really limited to information that is quite outdated. We've gone through several iterations of revisions to the current practice framework that we use, that is developed using the World Health Organization, ICF, terminology, as well as the information from the CPT coding that is used in all of healthcare. So the language is predominantly what is being updated. I do know that there was some concern about reinstatement of the continuing education requirements. However, we did think of this as an opportunity and really limited it to a minimum of 8 hours. So when we introduced this, we took a look at what we could honestly really think would be appropriate for all occupational therapy practitioners in the state, and asked that we really only reinstate that to a very minimal amount of continuing ed, so that it was not a cost prohibitive factor. So.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Can you say what town you're from and what your role is?
I am an occupational therapist and I reside in Eddington, Maine.
Thank you very much. And let's see, I think now we will, oh, I'm sorry. We do have a question from Representative Matheson for you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just could you give me a quick example of how this would benefit you through telehealth for OT? It helps me to kind of visualize what would happen in a patient situation.
My practice area is predominantly mental health, and there are times that we might do an outpatient setting where clients may be residing in their homes, obviously unable to attend a group because of transportation. It could be later at night. We would be able to provide those kind of services through group. I do know that there are many pediatric mental health practitioners that over the course of this past year have used a significant amount of pediatric not mental health. Oh, did I? Oh, can you still hear me?
We can still hear you, but you did just turn off your camera, Ms. Davis.
I'm trying to find it. It's not.
It's okay. Just
okay.
We've seen you. We know you're there. Go ahead and answer Rep. Matheson's question. You were doing fine.
Thank you. So our pediatric services, I know there is an office down east, and she was having a significant amount of cancellations and such during the pandemic, where people were unable to attend in person. And so the telehealth actually allowed her to have a better opportunity with her clients, as well as interacting with the parents on a regular basis. So it she was able to continually provide services throughout the pandemic and ensured that clients were being able to be seen, even if they traveled, and had a much better interaction with the kids at the same time with their parents.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Davis. And seeing no further questions from the committee, I will move to Christopher Arnold from the Department of Defense testifying in favor of the bill.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. The Department of Defense is grateful for the opportunity to support policy changes proposed in LD 31, the Occupational Therapy Interstate Compact, which addresses licensing issues affecting our service members and their families. We are grateful to Chair Sanborn for sponsoring this important initiative. My name is Christopher Arnold. I am the Northeast Regional Liaison for the Defense State Liaison Office, operating under the direction of the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. Much of what has been said already encompasses our oral testimony, and I will endeavor not to reiterate much of the department's written submission. In summary, enacting the OT Compact allows service members and military spouses to more easily maintain their profession when relocating. Section 6 of the OT Compact allows an active duty service member or their spouse to designate a home state where the individual has a current license in good standing. This state then serves as the individual's home state for as long as the service member is on active duty, while adhering to the laws, rules, and scope of practice in Maine. The OT Compact authorizes in-person practice and telepractice based on a valid unrestricted home state license in other compact member states for both occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. The bottom line for military spouse practitioners is that the OT Compact will allow licensed OTs and OTAs to practice in all states that join the compact. This will remove the hurdle of getting an individual license in each state where they want to practice. Joining the compact will support the relocation of OT professionals, particularly military spouses, and increasing access to care, thus improving patient outcomes. As each state has its own unique rules regarding reciprocity, delays in obtaining licensure are commonplace when moving from one state to another. Thus, compacts can provide seamless reciprocity for military spouses in an occupation. That is why the department supports the enactment of LD 31. The department tracks an overall assessment of states' commitment to quality of life issues for military families, including approaches to reciprocity for all occupations. One such metric that is evaluated is the percentage of interstate licensing compacts joined, as indicated in our written testimony. We appreciate the opportunity to support the policies outlined in LD 31 and are grateful to Senator Sanborn for sponsoring this important legislation. I stand ready to answer whatever questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Arnold? I just have to make the comment that I think it's fascinating that the Department of Defense has become so active in this area of supporting professional compacts, and actually think it's to your credit. Thank you. And last on my list, but not necessarily the last overall, is Daniel Logsdon of the Council of State Governments.
Good morning. Can you hear me now? Okay, great.
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Dan Logsdon. I'm director of the National Center for Interstate Compacts at the Council of State Governments. We are a membership organization for states. Every state's a member. Every state pays dues. Thank you for that. Maine participates in CSG East, which is our Eastern Legislative Exchange Agency. We're headquartered in Lexington, Kentucky. We have 4 legislative regions, and then the CSG Justice Center in New York. Appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all today. A lot has been said. I'm certainly here to answer any questions that you might have generally about interstate compacts or specifically about the OT compact. It works inform and function just like the other ones. It's a mutual recognition compact, so practitioners' home state license in good standing allows them to take advantage of the compact and practice in other compact member states. The great thing about licensure compacts is that they preserve state sovereignty, which is important to our members. So if I'm a practitioner, regardless of the state I'm coming from, and regardless of the scope of practice that my home state has, if I'm practicing in Maine, either via telehealth or in person, the second I'm there, I am under the jurisdiction of the Maine board. So I have to adhere to their rules, their regs, their practice act. If Maine has chosen not to allow a certain type of procedure or a certain type of treatment, I have to adhere to that as a practitioner. So we think it's the best of both worlds because it expands the public safety net. It also allows the states to retain control inside their borders over the practice. And again, it's works more like the nursing compact than the medical compact. The medical compact's expedited licensure. You're actually getting licensed in states. But we're modeling more on the PT privilege to practice model. When the physical therapists were creating their compact, they wanted a little bit more visibility on who was using the compact. The nursing compact works just like a driver's license. You go to your state nursing board, you get a multi-state license, and you can go to all the other compact member states. With this privilege to practice model, the boards do have a more visibility on who's utilizing the compact and when potentially they're in the state. But other than that, they work almost precisely the same. And I will stop there because a lot of what I would say has already been said by Megan and Chris and others. And I'll answer any questions or try to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Logsdon. Representative Matheson has a question for you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Logsdon. Can you tell me, other than medical, nurse, PT, and now OT, are there any other practitioners that have this compact?
Yes. So there are 5 existing licensure compacts that are operating. So that's physicians, nurses, PT, psychology, and then the EMS compact for non-emergency situations. There's and Maine's a member of this compact. If there's a gubernatorial declared emergency, states can activate the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, and many states do. There's a compact for speech pathologist and audiologist. We just finished a compact last year along with the OT compact for the counseling profession. There's a compact for advanced practice nursing, which is now making its way around the states. The National Council of the State Boards of Nursing is developing that compact. Last year, the Council of State Governments entered into a cooperative agreement with the Department of Defense, which was authorized in the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. They provide funding to CSG to create licensure compacts for other professions. So we've selected 5 professions for this initial round of funding.
Oops. Mr. Logsdon, we just lost you, both your video and your audio.
Oh no. Well,
we have your audio now. So.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
There we go.
All right. Sorry. Teaching, cosmetology, social work, massage therapist, and the dental profession. And then we're going to have another round of applications next year. So appreciate that funding from DOD and that Congress is interested in pursuing these compact. So a lot more to come. We don't believe every profession should have an interstate compact, certainly, but certainly in health and allied health, we believe that that sort of heightened level of public protection when you're providing this sort of modified borderless practice, it's important.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
Sure.
Is there anything on the radar for registered dietitians?
Yes, I've been talking with their acronym is AND, about I guess the Academy of Nutritionists and Dietitians about a licensure compact. I believe they're going to apply in the next round of DOD funding to participate in a compact for that profession. So yes, they are interested.
All right, all set, Representative Matheson? Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Logsdon. I'm tempted to ask my colleagues as though I were a teacher, what's so funny? But I assume we can deal with that at another time. Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Logsdon.
Thank you.
And I will turn to our participants in the Zoom call and ask if there's anyone else who would like to testify in favor of both or either LD 31 or LD 1646. Seeing, oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we do have someone, Mr. Gallant. Welcome.
Hello, and thanks for having me today. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it, but I was able to jump on. So thank you guys for your time and all your efforts in reviewing all of this. I'm sure you guys are more than Zoom tired out. I already submitted written testimony, so I definitely won't go through that, but I am definitely in favor of both bills. I'm an occupational therapist and I live in Augusta. I do own an occupational therapy practice, pediatric outpatient practice, and we have 4 locations right now, one in Augusta, one in Oakland, one in Lewiston, and we are in the process of opening up Herman. I think that this bill just makes a lot of sense in terms of for all of our therapists. We have 22 therapists, and I think pretty unanimously across the board, we're all pretty much in favor of it, and haven't seen any reasons why not to be. It will allow us to provide services in a more efficient and better manner. A lot of times when we bring a new therapist on to our staff, it can take months to get them credentialed and licensed and all jump through all those hoops. So I really think this will facilitate that process and make lives easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallant. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Gallant? Thank you for your testimony. Once again, I'll turn to folks in the Zoom call who might want to testify in favor of either LD 31 or LD 1646, and ask if anyone would like to testify in favor of the bill. Seeing none, I will ask if there is anyone who would like to testify in opposition to either bill, LD 31 or 1646. Seeing none, I do have Jennifer Hawk as someone who would like to testify neither for nor against. If she is, yes, I see she's in the meeting. Let's bring her in. Welcome, Ms. Hawk.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Hawk, and I'm the administrator for the Board of Occupational Therapy Practice within the Office of Professional Occupational Regulation. I did provide testimony for both LD 31 and 1646, and I will do my best to hit the important points so that I'm not reading 4 pages worth of testimonies for you. The department for LD 31, the department supports the goal of compacts and recognizes that they can be useful to improve access to service, enhance mobility, and improve continuity of care of clients. However, unlike the site compact, which this committee heard, I believe, a few days ago, the OT compact is new. There are no states that join the OT compact right now would be bound to yet to be determined rules and bylaws of the OT compact commission, whereas the SIPAC has met several times and they have promulgated rules and established commission bylaws. The department also notes that under the model OT compact, the process for applying for a privilege in a compact member state mirrors the same procedure and goals of this department's bill LD 149, which establishes a licensure by endorsement application process. In addition, we also note that this department worked on LD 374 this session, which, if passed as amended, will further assist military families relocating to Maine by implementing a simple and quick process. In regards to 1646, although it adopts the Model Act definition, there is one notable addition, which includes dry needling as a physical modality that is in the definition of the practice of occupational therapist. It's important to note that AOTA's commission on practice in 2017 did not find enough evidence at that time to support dry needling as part of occupational therapy practice. In early 2020, AOTA revisited the issue when it created a dry needling task force, which met several times from September 2020 through February 2021. The task force found that while dry needling may be within the scope of practice, it's not part of the curricula for a master's degree in occupational therapy at this time. Also, 1646 includes wound care as another physical modality within the scope of practice. As the board administrator, I note that wound care is not considered a modality performed by entry-level practitioners. I also wanted to share the history of continuing education for this board. When this board was first enacted, it did require continuing ed from 1991 until 2005. Licensees had to submit evidence of continuing education for the board to review prior to renewing their license. This resulted in board members spending countless unpaid hours of their workdays at the Gardner office reviewing CE paperwork instead of being able to provide services to their clients. In response to this burden, around 2006, the board adopted the OPOR audit rule. That required licensees to attest to having completed the continuing education requirements at the time of renewal, and only if audited, they would be required to submit those documents to the board. In 2012, the board did vote to repeal the CE requirements, and that was done because the board had determined that eliminating the continuing education requirement was unlikely to harm the public. The board came to this conclusion after a review of relatively few complaints filed against licensees over the course of the board's history. It was first established in 1983, and to date, the board has received around 73 complaints against its licensees, and of which 42 resulted in the board disciplining a license, and just under half of those, 19, were discipline actions that resulted from a licensee failing the continuing education audit. And that was because they did continuing education in the wrong categories, or they didn't do it in the right reporting period. Which also brings me to Title 10, Section 8003, subsection 5A, does give the board a statutory authority for the board to establish continuing education requirements through rulemaking. The rulemaking approach allows the board to exercise its professional expertise and discretion in setting CE requirements, and allows for more flexibility to adapt requirements as needed versus having to do so through legislature. And lastly, this bill enacts a complicated rubric by which to evaluate an application to reinstate a Maine license that was canceled, including establishing specific CE requirements for reinstatement. The office and board staff are constantly striving to streamline the renewal and initial application process, and this rubric would slow that down. And I know the committee is aware from concerns raised by license applicants from other boards, unnecessary delay is frustrating for applicants and impacts patient care.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawk, and we appreciate your attempt to summarize. And I'm looking to see if there are any questions from the committee for Ms. Hawk. Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. I take it back. Yes, Ms. Matheson, Representative Matheson has a question.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Ms. Hawk. I will definitely take a long look at your testimony, but I just wanted to get clarification. You said you're uncomfortable about joining this compact because it's a new compact, but it was my understanding that if you did join, that you were one of the first ones, you would be a big part of the rule making. Does that make you feel more comfortable about the compact?
I guess it does. I'm not really sure. I haven't seen anything. I think it's really hard to say that because we have no way of knowing what those conflicts could be as we move forward with this. One of the notes that
Ms. Hawk, you
saw
just,
in the OT compact was
Ms. Hawk, you
Oh.
froze. So just make sure you restate your whole last sentence.
sorry. I think it's hard to give that answer because it's so unknown for me. What I did want to note is in the OT compact, it discusses adverse actions. And if an adverse action is taken against a license in a home state, then they lose that compact privilege. So that means somebody doesn't do the continuing education in the right categories again, or they fail that audit, they lose that compact privilege. Just things like that I picked up on, but it's really hard to know without having any sort of idea on the rules. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. And any other questions from the committee for Ms. Hawk? Is there anyone in the Zoom call who would also like to testify neither for nor against the bill? Seeing none, I'll bring the public hearing on LD 31 and LD 1646 to a close. And we will next move on to LD, are we doing 1622 next? Can I get some confirmation of that? Is that correct?
1629, I think.
Right, so it would be 1629.
Okay, 1629, thank you. Thank you. So we will now open a public hearing on LD 1629 and invite the sponsor, I believe Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, to come and give us his testimony introducing the bill. Welcome, Representative Hassenfuss. Please turn on your video, and there you are. Okay, great.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler. I am here to testify on behalf of LD 1629. Now, imagine for a minute that you are in a car accident and completely smashed your face and jaw. You're rushed to the hospital in Portland or Bangor or one of the hospitals here in Maine. And the doctor treating you had a medical degree, an MD. Would you prefer a doctor who had an MD plus 3 years of residency after receiving that MD, or a doctor who had completed med school, received 2 years of residency after receiving that degree, received 42 months, so 4 years of training, surgical training specialized on the face, head, and neck, and also had a dental degree as a dentist? Under current licensing, that second individual is not able to be licensed as an MD merely because their training, their surgical training, occurred prior to being awarded a piece of paper. This bill was brought to my attention by a former high school classmate of mine who is just now finishing up his last year of a 14-year post-high school program. And when he was applying to the medical board in Maine to receive his MD, he was told that he would not qualify because he did not receive 3 years of training after receiving his MD. Dr. Cooper graduated a year after me from Winthrop High School. We then attended the University of Maine together, where he graduated as the valedictorian. He then went on to UConn Dental School, which is one of the most prestigious dental schools in the country. After graduating there, he applied to a dual oral surgery MD program that trains one as both a medical doctor and an oral and OMS facial surgery. And when he applied there, you don't necessarily pick the actual school that you're going to. You list the schools that you would like to go to, and then the council that selects these matches you with one of those schools. There's not a lot of schools that do this in the country. It's a very elite program. You have to be an exceptional student out of dental school to then get into this program. Unlike normal MD programs where a person would apply out of college, you have to be a dentist already to get into this program. And you hit the ground running, doing, facial surgery training, things of that nature. And you get a total of 72 hours of surgical training in, specializing in head and neck area. Mass General has a very similar program than Pittsburgh. They're nearly identical in every respect. The one difference between the two programs is that Pittsburgh says you get your MD after your 4th year in the 6-year program, whereas Harvard and Mass General say you get your MD after the 3rd year in the program. Because Harvard and Mass General award the piece of paper in the 3rd year, anybody coming to the state of Maine as an oral surgeon and an MD can get licensure as an MD, practice in the hospital on facial reconstructive surgery with their medical license. However, as Dr. Cooper found, if you graduate from Pittsburgh, that is not the case because their combined 72 hours of training, some of that was done prior to receiving that piece of paper. And under Maine statute, it says that's not good enough. I think that's an oversight on our part as lawmakers. These programs are incredibly difficult. They're grueling. My brother-in-law is actually currently in a similar program at Mass General, and I never see him. He's always studying. He's always, in his books, and he's always at the hospital doing surgeries and residencies and those sorts of things. And so this bill is designed to kind of curtail our statute around the realities of the situation for this particular program, where you're already a dentist, you go to medical school and OMS school in one, and 6 years later you come out. And it would be incredibly disheartening if this doctor's home state said, sorry, you were a great student, you were a great individual, but we're just not going to allow you to be licensed here. And let me also, from my written testimony, I'm not going to read much from it, but I think this quote is pretty telling. And it's from the American Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons. It says, the University of Pittsburgh issues medical degree after 48 months of training. And after that, Dr. Cooper went on to complete a further 24 months of integrated dental medical training after the receipt of his degree. The Board of Medical Licensure states that because Dr. Cooper's medical degree was issued in year 4 of his program, the state does not recognize that he has completed 72 months of postgraduate training. Rather, the state only recognizes 24 months, which does not meet the 36-month requirement stipulated at MRSA Title 32, Section 3271. I think that the state needs a carve out for this very specific position, especially given that there is great demand for these types of doctors in the state. I believe right now there's only about 6. And Dr. Cooper also told me that there was one of his colleagues that wanted to go to Maine, wanted to practice in the Bangor area, but once he learned of the trouble that Dr. Cooper was having obtaining his license, said, no, I don't want to deal with that. I'm going to practice in Portsmouth, New Hampshire instead, and not have to go through all of this trouble. I also want to point out the distinction in the testimony from Dr. Terranova. These are not dentists that then went to medical school and only had 24 months training and were kind of making an exception. These are dentists. They're required to be dentists before they're accepted into this program. And then they receive all of the same medical training that other surgeons would. Their specialty is in head and neck, facial reconstruction, gunshot wounds to the face, things like that. And so they specialize in that, getting the full 72 months of residency. 48 of it is accredited by the facial surgery accreditation board, and the rest is accredited through the surgery board. And so there's really there's no risk to the public by allowing this carve out for a program that actually has far more rigorous requirements than a typical MD program. Because for one, you have to already be a doctor before you're even admitted into this program. And two, you have far more total residency hours required because of your specialty that you're pursuing. And of the states, there's, I think, 4 states like Maine that require 36 hours of surgical training, which I do not think is a bad thing to do. But all of those states have a carve out for this specific type of surgeon, as they should. And I think Maine should, join those other states and make it so that, Dr. Cooper and any other graduate of Pittsburgh or any other one of these programs that awards their degree in the 4th year can come to Maine and practice. This does not jeopardize the safety of the patients in any way. In fact, I think it actually increases, patient care, because not only is he an oral surgeon, mostly doing the oral surgery type procedures, but he's also a doctor and understands the rest of the body and how the other areas of the body work as well. So it's, I think that this is a bill that we should pass. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. You'll also hear from some doctors coming after me that may be able to speak better about the intricacies of the program and the actual details of it. And with that, I ask if you have any questions of me. I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was. Thank you, Representative Hassenfuss. Any questions from the committee for Representative Hassenfuss? Yes, Representative Evans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you just tell me again what the carve out is that you want? That's
so the carve out would be as written. The way that it's currently written here is that the 24 individuals in this program, 24 months of postgraduate surgical training would be sufficient. I think any way that we write the statute that specifically identifies that in these programs, not all programs offer the 3 years of postgraduate residency. And so any combination of hours throughout the program is what's important, not necessarily whether it was postgraduate or before you've actually received your degree. And I believe some of the individuals speaking after me can better explain, how we should work that language in. But essentially, I want to make sure we still have the, proper training requirements, but it shouldn't be dictated based on when the graduation is. It should be based on the total hours in the program or some combination thereof. So I leave it to the committee to decide the best way to do that, but to make sure that all surgical programs in the country would meet Maine's law instead of just the ones that award it after the 3rd year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all set, Representative Evans?
Yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for your testimony, Representative Hasselfuss. I don't see any further questions from the committee. I will turn to those wishing to speak in favor of the bill. And first up, I see Ms. Westhoff of the Maine Dental Association.
Yes, good
Welcome,
morning.
Ms. Westhoff.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Angela Westhoff, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Dental Association. The MDA is a statewide association dedicated to advancing excellence in dentistry. We represent about 85% of the dentists in Maine, and there are 774 practicing and retired dentists who are active members of our association. On behalf of the MDA, I am pleased to provide testimony in support of LD 1629. As background, I offer some information, both historical and recent, on the number of dentists practicing in Maine. In 2012, the University of Albany's Center for Health Workforce Studies at their School of Public Health did conduct a study of Maine's oral health workforce. Those results indicated that dentists in Maine were expecting to retire at a higher rate within 5 years. In fact, 1/4 of actively practicing dentists expected to retire within the next 5 years per the 2012 survey data. The mean age of the dentist was 54 years, and almost 1/4 of survey respondents, or 23.7%, expected to retire within the next 5 years, and an additional 16% expected to reduce their work hours within the same time frame. But here we are 9 years later, and the fact of the matter is that by 2016, the mean age of dentists had dropped to 51, and the number of actively practicing dentists continues to increase. Below is the most recent information on dentists practicing in Maine and the United States published on the American Dental Association's website. And I'll just summarize: for 2012, in Maine, there were 663 licensed dentists practicing, as noted on the ADA website. And again, 9 years later here in 2020, there are 740 Maine licensed dentists. In large part, we attribute this exceptional increase in the number of dentists practicing in our state to the UNE College of Dental Medicine and the excellent quality of life that Maine has to offer. In 2017, UNE graduated its first class, and since then, 63 graduates have chosen to remain in practice in Maine. Before you today is one individual, Dr. Christopher Cooper, a qualified oral and maxillofacial surgeon who's one of us, and he wants to bring his family home to Maine. But the current statute, as written, prevents Dr. Cooper from obtaining his license as a medical doctor. Maine is the only state where Dr. Cooper does not qualify for a medical license. While with the existing prohibitive and unclear statutory language, LD 1629 seeks to correct this. Until we do this, Maine will continue to lag behind other New England states and the rest of the country in efforts to recruit oral and maxillofacial surgeons. LD 1629 provides a significant opportunity for Maine to level the playing field in our ongoing efforts to recruit physicians, dentists, and other essential healthcare providers. I urge you to vote in support of this critical legislation, and thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Westhoff. I see a question from Representative Matheson. Go ahead, Representative Matheson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Westhoff. Could you just clarify exactly why Maine is the only state that doesn't qualify this particular physician as an MD? I think I'm just a little confused about what the carve out is here and what we need to do.
Yeah, it's a great question, Representative Matheson, and I think it's a strict interpretation of the statute. As Representative Hassenfoss mentioned during his testimony and when he introduced the bill, it's not the length or the quality of the education of this individual or this particular program. You also have some uploaded testimony from the school itself that really speaks to the quality of the education. It's just when the MD degree is awarded. So the 36-month or the 3-year requirement is Maine's standard. And unfortunately, this particular program awards it after 24 months. So it's not, you have to look at the aggregate training. So, I mean, it's really unfortunate. It doesn't, I really can't answer it. I don't know why it happens that way. I think that maybe if there was a case-by-case ability to look at these particular applicants to just say, you know, if we've evaluated your education and your training credentials as being equal to every other, MD, DDS candidate, then you should be fine. And there may be others after me that could give you a more elaborate and detailed description. I am not a dentist.
All set, Representative Matheson? Yes, thank you, Ms. Westhoff. And I will mention that later on in the hearing, we will be hearing from Dennis Smith from the Executive Director of the Board of Medicine. But meanwhile, calling those in favor of the bill, I will next call Mr. Patterson. Or I don't know, maybe it's Dr. Patterson. Dave Patterson from Cape Elizabeth.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. So I want to start by thanking the committee for hearing my testimony on behalf of the passage of LD 1629 and in support of Chris Cooper. I've been a high school English teacher in Maine for 16 years. I taught at Lawrence High School in Fairfield, Lake Region High School in Naples, and Gorham High School for the past decade. Shortly after I started teaching in the state, I heard a Maine politician on the news tell a reporter that sadly, Maine's biggest export is our educated youth. Over the past decade and a half, I've had a front row seat to this exportation. It's always been a strange experience teaching honors level students, helping to push them to their impressive, boundless potential, the entire time thinking that the better they do, the higher the chances they won't return to the state when they graduate from college. The reality is that students who work hard in our public schools are destined for great colleges, some of which cost upwards of $75,000 to $80,000 per year. I've seen the brightest students I've taught be accepted to Tufts, Northeastern, Middlebury, Carnegie Mellon, and Yale, among other prestigious and criminally expensive colleges. These students are shackled with massive debt upon graduating. Many of them find that moving back to Maine is not economically feasible. As an example, there was a recent graduate from Gorham High School whom I had in multiple classes over her 4 years. She's wildly intelligent, thoughtful, and hardworking. As a result, she earned the salutatorian rank of her class and was accepted to a private school in the Boston area. And one day during class, she was looking at her financial aid package from her new college, and she showed me, and I was like, wow, they're giving you so much money. Then she said, yeah, but look at what it costs every year. She pointed to a number near $80,000 on the screen. It knocked the air out of my lungs. At the end of the year, when I helped her write her salutatorian speech for graduation, I couldn't help but feel I was helping her write her farewell speech, or farewell letter to Maine. Today, with the passage of LD 1629, Maine has a chance to bring one of its own home. I was in attendance in the cramped basketball court at Winthrop High School when my now brother-in-law, Chris Cooper, graduated as a salutatorian of his class in 2007. 4 years later, I sat in the sprawling athletic complex at UMO when he graduated as the valedictorian. I was in awe as hundreds and hundreds of students marched across the stage, thinking that Chris had achieved a grade point average higher than every single one of his classmates. I'm still astounded by his accomplishment. I'd be lying if from that moment I didn't think, well, Chris can't possibly return to Maine. The big opportunities await somewhere else. But Chris has always assured his family that Maine is where his heart is. He's never wavered from his commitment to return home, not at the University of Connecticut for dental school or the University of Pittsburgh Medical School. Now here he is, a proud, talented son of Maine, ready to return home, and he finds himself being turned away by a statute that bars him from obtaining a medical license. While every other state that has, excuse me?
Can you wrap it up for us, please?
I can. I urge the committee to pass LD 1629 and not make Chris Cooper and other Mainers in his field seek a professional life elsewhere. Please use your power to stop the exportation of our youth in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Patterson? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And next we'll call Mr. Moran of the Maine Medical Association. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second, Mr. Patterson. I believe we have a question from Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Patterson, for your testimony. And thank you for your service to the Gorham School District. I'm wondering, I don't see a written testimony submitted, and I'm wondering if you could get that to us so I can hear the rest of the story. Perhaps you could send it to the clerk or try to put it through the portal once again. Is he frozen? He's frozen.
I think he might be. Mr. Patterson, are you there? Oh dear. We're not hearing you. Christian, did we start to send him back through wormhole?
That's usually what happens when they freeze like that, but he has not moved yet, which is interesting.
Okay, well, perhaps we can ask Mr. Cooper, who's coming up later, to transmit our message to Mr. Patterson regarding his written testimony so he can share his full story and in writing with us. So we'll have it available to us for the work session.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
No problem. And now I'll turn to, Mr. Moran is not available. So I will turn to Dr. Cooper, Dr. Christopher Cooper, to present his testimony. You're on mute, Dr. Cooper.
All right. Have I remedied that? Hopefully everybody can hear me and see me.
We can now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson Sanborn, Chairperson Tepler, distinguished members of the committee, for hearing my testimony this morning. I really appreciate it. So my name is Chris Cooper. I am a Mainer. I'm a husband. I'm a father of 3 small children. I'm currently serving as the chief resident in oral and maxillofacial surgery at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Today I'm testifying in support of LD 1629 to ensure that exceptionally qualified physicians in my specialty can be eligible for medical licensure in my home state of Maine. My whole life I've dreamed about becoming a doctor and coming back to my home state after earning the skills and knowledge needed to be able to help people in my community. And after the last 14 years of working harder than I ever thought possible, I was hit with a ton of bricks in November 2020. I got an email, a very brief email from the Board of Medicine telling me you're not eligible for licensure in the state of Maine. I have the exact same training as colleagues of mine in Maine who held medical licenses without issue, but because my training happened in a slightly different order, I can't get a medical license. So after a brief panic and then a much deeper dive into this issue, speaking with experts all over the country, oral surgeons, and various medical boards, I have found, as you've heard, that Maine is the only state in which I'm ineligible for medical licensure. I'd like to make it clear, this issue is not all about me. There are dozens of trainees like myself who would be exceptionally welcome and well-qualified physicians in Maine. But my story is the one I know best. It's the one I'm able to share with you. And I just would like to tell you kind of about my training. So, excuse me. My wife and I grew up in Winthrop, Maine, and graduated from Winthrop High School in 2007. We both then went on to the University of Maine. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Biology and graduated from the University of Maine in 2011. And I was able to achieve the status of the valedictorian of my class of almost 2,000 students that year. And I'm very proud of that. I then went on to New England's only public dental school, the University of Connecticut School of Dental Medicine, and earned my Doctor of Dental Medicine degree in 2015. And I was very, very fortunate to match into the most competitive dental specialty in oral and maxillofacial surgery in a premier dual degree program at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, where I've been functioning for the last 6 years as a resident doctor in surgery, getting medical and surgical training almost every day for the last 72 months. This program also involves 2 years dedicated to completing the core requirements of medical school. For me, those occurred in my second and third year of residency. We, during those times, function as medical students during the day and as fully independent functioning surgical residents at night. It is really, really hard. Excuse me. When I applied to dental school, there was no dental school in Maine. There's still no allopathic medical school in Maine. You can't get an MD there. There's no OMFS program, oral maxillofacial surgery program in Maine. So historically, there's been an issue in the past of oral surgeons reporting difficulty with medical licensure in sort of decades past. Because our training involves both dental and medical training and a combination thereof, there's been confusion in terms of licensure requirements. And these have been luckily remedied in most every state except for Maine. LD 1629 will help to ensure and clarify these rules to ensure that oral and maxillofacial surgeons from programs with maximum levels of accreditation, the best of the best, will be eligible for medical licensure. Representative Hassenfuss gave a kind of a interesting introduction where he mentioned, imagine you having a terrible injury, and I truly hope that never happens to any of you. But if it does, I will be there in the middle of the night, anytime. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I think I need to just wrap this up. So everyone I work with here at the University of Pittsburgh has seen what I've been going through. And I'm so sorry. They have
Sorry, Dr. Cooper, this is clearly deeply felt by you. I believe we have a question from the committee for you. Are you ready for that?
I'll give you a final word here. So everybody here has been telling me, why are you dealing with this? You just need to go literally anywhere else. Bring your family there, set up a practice, and enjoy your life. But they don't know what I know, and just that Maine is the best place to live, best place to work. And my wife and I are committed to coming back. So I hope that this measure has been, or that my words have been heard. And I hope that you're willing to look at the details of what's going on. And I would very much like questions, if there are any questions, and I can even address some questions that have come up that may not have been adequately answered appropriate, but thank you.
Thank you for your deeply felt testimony, Dr. Cooper. I see that Representative Quint has a question for you.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's actually a statement. Can I make that instead of a question?
We permit questions generally, but you can make a statement and then add, isn't it so at the end?
Yes, I am really asking you to not give up. We're grateful that you want to come back to Maine. We would love to have you here, and we will definitely pay close attention to this issue and investigate it thoroughly. So thank you for your time and your commitment. We really appreciate it. Isn't that so, committee?
Yes. Thank you, Representative Quint. And I see that Representative Malorano has a question as well. Please go ahead, Representative Malorano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Cooper, for your testimony. And so my question is about, so at the school where you went to, so I just have to get my head around this a little bit. So, so you got your MD degree, my understanding was after 2 years of instruction instead of after 3 years of instruction. And that's the issue?
Yeah, so I can give you as quick of an explanation as I can. So these 6-year oral surgery programs that award an MD, there's a long list of things that need to be accomplished during 6 years, and they're accomplished in various orders. Most programs, I think virtually all, have us complete core medical school requirements during 2 years. The University of Pittsburgh has the same setup, but requires tuition payments for 4 years. So they don't allow that to vary between the quote unquote normal medical students and the maxillofacial residents, of which there are 2. So we pay tuition for 4 years. We complete our core medical school requirements during the 2nd and 3rd year. And then we pay an extra year of tuition without any substantive student activity, and then get our degree after we've paid that 4th year of tuition. So it has to do with the structure of the program. There's a lot of good written testimony that kind of helps to elucidate that maybe more clearly than I can, but it has to do with tuition payments, the structure of the program, not at all the content, the education or clinical experience that we get.
Okay, may I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is Pittsburgh very much an outlier?
No.
Where you went, it's not.
No, so this is more my opinion, but Maine has had so few specialists of this kind come to the state that the statute that was initially implemented to help these doctors has not been tested. I guess it's being tested now, and it's kind of failing flagrantly.
Thank you.
Okay, and Representative Evans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You were not in a 6-year college MD training program, were you?
Yes, sir.
So at the time that when you got your MD, did you get your BS at the same time?
No, sir. I received my BS in 2011, my dental degree in 2015, and then the medical degree in 2019.
Okay, so you were not in a 6-year track program. There are 2 programs like that. The other one is at Penn State. That's why I was asking. Thanks.
Yes, sir. This doesn't relate to a combination of undergraduate and medical school training. This is a 6-year postgraduate surgical residency that occurs after dental school.
Got it.
All right, all set, Representative Evans?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay, and Senator Sanborn.
Dr. Cooper, I have a question about the importance of the MD. I'm just reading ahead and trying to sort of wrap my head around what the objection of the Board of Medicine is to this and how we can fix it. And I'm wondering if are there other states where a specialist in oral and maxillofacial surgery has a license endorsement that's different than a general practice MD? Or how does that work in terms of layering that dental qualification and then the surgical residency on top?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I hope I can make the answer clear. So the practice of oral and maxillofacial surgery is possible under a dental license and a dental license alone. And I hold an unrestricted dental license in Maine. The issues that are associated with denying medical licensure to dual trained or MD dentists, oral and maxillofacial surgeons. First, in Maine, I would have to be willing to be the only unlicensed physician, dual trained oral surgeon in the state, which in my professional opinion, would be sort of a glaring red flag about me. Second, you're really not supposed to list MD after your name without a license in the state in which you're seeing patients. So I could practice there, but ultimately what Maine would be doing is saying, you can come practice oral surgery in Maine after your extensive 6-year training with a medical degree. All you have to do is strip away your most important credentials and come up and join us. And it's just not a tenable proposition. And my wife and I have talked extensively about this. Am I willing to strip away my MD to be in Maine? And I almost am, but there will be nobody else willing to do that.
Thank you. That's really helpful context.
Okay, and Representative Brooks, please go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Cooper, thank you so much for your perseverance and your bringing this issue to our attention. It's a really hard time, particularly to be away from family, and I appreciate that. And I wanted to ask about your friend also, that person, that other doctor that you were attracting to Maine. Would you see this opening the door for other people to come in?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the University of California, San Francisco is structured this way. I think USC, the university, I mean, there are a number, I don't want to start listing programs, but this is a common setup among our specialists. It's sort of more of a West Coast setup where you get the MD during the 4th year. It's never been of consequence to anybody that I've known until this issue arose here. Those with an understanding of what we do and who are willing to look at the issue understand that the timing of the medical degree during these surgical programs is completely inconsequential. So, but yeah, it's a common setup. It's just nobody from a program like this has recently applied for licensure in the state.
Okay, all set, Representative Brooks? Thank you, and thank you so much again for your testimony, Dr. Cooper. The other person I have listed as testifying in favor of the bill is Margaret Cook.
I'm here.
Welcome, Ms. Cook.
Hi, my name is Margaret Cook. I live in Winthrop, Maine. I've lived here for 48 years. I retired from teaching Latin and French at Winthrop High School in 2016 after 43 years of service in the education profession. And then I served on the Winthrop School Committee for another 3 years. I'm offering testimony in support of LD 1629. As you can probably guess, Dr. Cooper was one of my students, one of my favorite 4-year Latin students. And I've watched his growth and academic accomplishments with pleasure. And when I learned of this situation in which he wants to come home to practice and bring his family to Maine, I was really concerned about the fact that he wouldn't be able to do that. And I wonder how many other people are affected this way. And I do know from my years in the classroom about the brain drain in Maine. You have these wonderful kids that go to these colleges out of state. Sometimes they come back, but a lot of times they don't. They can choose that. But I think when somebody wants to come back and there's a barrier that seems so arbitrary, it's really a shame. I did submit written testimony, which is probably a little more cohesive than what I'm saying now. But I do think that Dr. Cooper has a lot to offer the state. I also taught both his parents, which tells you how long I've been in the profession. And it would be a shame for him not to be able to come here with the MD after his name and participate in the profession that he's worked so hard to train for. So I would ask Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and all the members of the committee to please support LD 1629 and rectify this situation and make Maine available to all the qualified people who want to come here and be doctors. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. And thank you for your service to the children of Gorham. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Cook? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Is there anyone else in the Zoom meeting who would like to testify in favor of this bill? Seeing none, I will turn to opponents of the bill, and Dennis Smith of Augusta will join us.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. I'm Dennis Smith. I'm the Executive Director to the Board of Licensure and Medicine, and our offices are located in Augusta, Maine. I'm here to speak on behalf of the board in opposition to LD 1629. First, I want to thank the members of the committee for your hard work during this difficult and at times chaotic legislative session. Your jobs are not easy, especially when you have all kinds of information coming at you and it feels like you're drinking from a fire hose. Second, I want to point out that the board has submitted a letter outlining why it opposes LD 1629. Third, this morning I emailed Colleen with a copy of the committee file, a similar committee to this committee, from 2005, 16 years ago, when the legislature implemented the requirement that physicians obtain 36 months of postgraduate training for medical school graduates. I think it's important to know for you, for you to know how and why this particular requirement came into existence. Fourth, there are other states do require less postgraduate medical training than Maine does. But reducing the postgraduate training requirement from 36 months to 24 months would be going backwards in terms of public protection. I think I saw some suggestion that other states would award an MD license after only 2 years. Maine is actually a national leader in this area. Other states do require 36 months of postgraduate training for physicians who do not attend U.S. medical schools. So in other words, other states treat U.S. medical school graduates and non-U.S. medical school graduates differently. Maine does not. So the current statute requires the same amount of postgraduate training for all medical school graduates. So I would just say, I want to thank you for considering the board's position with regard to this matter and the thoughtful review that you're gonna do to it. With all due respect, a medical degree is not just a piece of paper, and the completion of a residency program, which is accredited by the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, is not just a piece of paper. It's a certification of training and education, and the minimum level of training for postgraduate education in the United States, which is accredited by the ACGME, is 3 years. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have now or at the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I see that Senator Sanborn has a question, and if she doesn't ask the question, I will. So please go ahead, Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. My question is, was the program that Mr. Cooper attended not an accredited program?
So
I don't mean accredited by Maine, I mean accredited by the organizations you just referenced.
So, I have his information because of information that he provided to the board. And I know the order in which it occurred. And I just want to make sure that I'm not disclosing information that I shouldn't be regarding his particular application.
Okay, well, let me see if I can ask the question differently. He disclosed to us in this public hearing the name of the school that he went to and explained that it was a 6-year oral and maxillofacial surgery program that is designed for folks who have a dental degree and then want to get an MD on top of that. Is that program that he attended a non accredited program, or is it an accredited program?
It is an accredited program through the American Dental Association in terms of the residency program he completed in oral and maxillofacial surgery. He has completed 2 years of ACGME training in general surgery outside of oral and maxillofacial surgery. Oral and maxillofacial surgery is limited to head and neck. So he's completed that. That is accredited. Had he completed the MD and DMD degree together, okay, at the same time, does that make sense? In other words, if he was in a program which awarded a DMD and an MD at the same time, and then he went into that residency program, there would be no problem with him getting a license in that.
Mr. Smith, I'll tell you, I'm really struggling with the idea that because of the order of operations here, he hasn't received enough training. So I feel like the whole committee is a little confused. So perhaps I'm speaking out of turn, but I just want to let you know that we are baffled by what you are saying right now. And we do not understand the distinction that you're making between an accredited program that was taken in the wrong order somehow being fewer hours of contact or less good, and therefore keeping out of Maine a person who went and sought this training at an accredited US medical school. I'm just so confused. So
Yes.
Maybe you can give it another shot.
Well, I don't know that I can. I mean, the board makes its decision on an application in consultation with the Assistant Attorney General assigned to the board. The postgraduate medical education requirement is interpreted to mean postgraduate education from medical school, not from dental school. That's what the issue is here, okay? The postgraduate training in the board statute as it applies to physicians talks about postgraduate education from medical school, not from dental school. The postgraduate education that he got, and it's accredited, occurred after dental school, okay?
So, Mr. Smith, I'm hearing a catch-22. The interpretation of the statute by the Attorney General is based on our current statute. They've come to us with a request to change that statute. The board has rejected the idea of changing that statute, but you're leaning back on the Attorney General's interpretation of the current statute to make that decision. That seems to me a really bad catch-22 that we may need to rectify with legislation.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a catch-22 so much as I would say that if this is going to happen and an exception is going to be made, that there need to be parameters established for this. The way that this is drafted would allow someone who graduated from dental school 20 years ago and then completed whatever they did in terms of their oral and maxillofacial surgery residency 20 years ago, then to go to medical school without any additional training and require the board to issue a license to them as a physician to treat the whole body rather than the head and neck.
All right, so I'm going to turn to Representative Evans, and if Senator Sanborn has another question, we'll come back to her. Go ahead, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Smith. My question would be, he has graduated from an accredited U.S. medical school, receiving an MD degree. Why can't he be licensed because we're talking about licensure as an MD, and then we're talking about a subspecialty training with the oral maxillofacial surgery. So he has done and met the requirements to be licensed as an MD. That part I can't wrap my head around.
All right, so the Board of Medicine does not license dentists, right? The board licenses allopathic physicians. And so the event that occurs is a graduation from a medical school. After the graduation from medical school, then you have to go to graduate medical education. The board statute requires 36 months of postgraduate education, post-medical school graduation, in order to qualify for licensure. Dr. Cooper has completed 24 months of ACGME approved, okay, post-medical school graduate medical education. That's the issue. Had this, had the DMD and the MD degree been a joint or dual degree program, as he pointed out, which exists, and I think was the basis originally for the amendment of the board statute to allow them to get this type of license. Had this occurred simultaneously and then afterwards he would have obtained this education, there's no question that he would qualify.
May I have a follow-up, please?
Yes, please.
No, as far as and I don't know if you can disclose this, but as part of getting his license, did he complete all 3 phases of the national board examination?
Let me just say that I think I want to be clear. Had these degrees been attained at the same time, and then he went into this program, he would qualify for licensure. So I'm trying to answer your question without being specific about his exams. He would qualify.
I'm going to step in for a second, Mr. Smith, and ask you if these 6-year programs that exist for folks interested in receiving oral maxillofacial surgery specialties with an MD, whether there are any of them in the US that would qualify under the board's current rules for licensure.
I would have to bring that information back to you at the work session, but I believe that these dual degree programs do exist. And I base that up. I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about the dual degree programs. The DMD, MD programs. I'm talking about the specialty programs that exist post-dental school that combine medical school training with a specialty in oral maxillofacial surgery.
This is the first program that I have seen involving this issue.
Okay, so this is something that we just haven't dealt with before.
Correct.
All right, that's interesting to know. Okay, I'm going to turn to other members of the committee then. Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. Dr. Smith?
No. I am not a doctor.
So the board currently has no discretion for managing cases for licensure that are not standard and customary. Is that the case?
That's pretty much the case, except for foreign medical graduates. That's true.
And so there's no pathway currently for this individual to receive this license.
Well, there are two pathways. One more year of postgraduate ACGME training or national board certification. So there are these national boards that certify physicians in medical specialties. And if he had a national board certification or another year of ACGME, he would qualify for licensure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Representative Matheson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Two quick questions. Are there other states, and you can bring this back in the work session, that do accept this as an MD license? And two, does the board see the value of this practitioner to be practicing in Maine?
So the answer to your first question is yes, and that's because other states require less postgraduate training. For example, some states accept 1 year, some states accept 2 years. The problem with that is the first year of postgraduate medical training is an internship. It's not really, you're not really even into your specialty yet. The same thing with the 2-year program. And so yes, other states would grant him a medical license based upon the fact that he has completed 2 years of ACGME training. Your second question was, sorry, I forgot it.
Does the board see a value
of course
of trying to encourage someone with this expertise to be practicing in Maine?
Of course. And on the other hand, the board also sees the law of unintended consequences from legislation designed to help a specific individual, you know, and it has to consider the effect of the law more broadly than just a son or daughter of Maine. It has to. And one of those concerns has to do with the scenario that I just gave you about somebody who graduates from dental school so long ago. Maybe the solution is to put parameters on that, but that's, you know, that's a concern. It will be setting up two different standards for licensure. If you go to medical school, it's 3 years. If you go to dental school 20 years ago, and then you go to medical school, it's 24 months.
Mr. Smith, can I just follow up on that last statement? Do these programs, these 6-year specialty programs, accept people who graduated from dental school 20 years ago?
I have no idea. I don't see why they wouldn't. And I think we have to anticipate the problems that can occur. And that is a potential problem.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Quint.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith. I fully appreciate unintended consequences. I think patient safety is obviously our #1 priority, and this committee understands that. I'm just kind of looking through that in this situation, we're looking at the difference between 24 months of postgraduate training and 36 months of postgraduate training. I thoroughly training. However, did he include in that pre-graduate training were all of the guidelines met that he would have had that training officially started on paperwork at the 3-year mark instead of?
So if I understand your question correctly, I think I tried to answer this earlier. And the answer would be, if it occurred at the same time as the DMD and MD, the answer would be yes.
So we're dealing somewhat with semantics of timeline as opposed to actual legitimate training.
Yes, and the importance of when that training occurs and how long ago.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate too that parameters would be able to be set to prevent the scenario in which you addressed earlier. I think that having your input on that and even bringing forward areas where you may see unintended consequences that could be brought forward would be great for the committee for work session, if possible.
Senator Sanborn.
Thanks. A couple of points. One of the things you just mentioned was that 1 year or 2 years shouldn't count because the first year is an intern year, and so it's really general, and your specialty doesn't even start to develop until your second and third year. And isn't the issue we have in front of us that it's as if Dr. Cooper did his third year of residency or maybe his second year of residency first, then he went to med school, and then he did 2 years of general residency, like an internship and a first year. So he actually did all 3 years. He just did the specialty first and has a year of specialty. And then the thing that you're arguing to our committee as to why we should not accommodate Mr. Cooper, if I'm understanding you, is we shouldn't accommodate him because this would give him an MD, which would allow him to have more general privileges. But the reason we're not letting him do it is because his most specialized year came first. So that seems, have I outlined that correctly? Because it strikes me that that's the issue.
You've outlined that, and the fact, again, that this could set up unintended consequences.
Okay, so I'm going to cut you off there and just ask Mr. Smith. It's certainly my sense, and I believe from the questions that have been asked, it's the sense of the committee that this is not about one individual, but that this is about getting these types of 6-year oral and maxillofacial surgery programs that produce specialists that we desperately need to have and that we want to come to Maine, that we should accommodate not only Dr. Cooper, but that we should fix this glitch in our statute where someone gets specialized training, goes to med school, gets generalized training, and altogether they have well over the minimum required amount of training. So in that case, what I would ask of you, Mr. Smith, between now and the work session is, rather than opposing this, please help us get the language correct so that we minimize the unintended consequences. And I do understand you had a concern as to the unfairness of dentists versus MDs, but with all due respect, sir, if someone has gone through a dental school program and has already become an oral surgeon and then also goes through one of these oral and maxillofacial medical residencies, the idea that they are somehow advantaged over an MD because they have less training just doesn't pass the straight face test. They have more training. So if you could work with your team to bring us some language prior to the work session that you think minimizes the risks, that would be most valuable to the committee, because otherwise I suspect that many of us would want to proceed without your help, and we would certainly be well advised to get your help if we can.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. I think that wraps it up for all of us. And I think we would appreciate, Mr. Smith, that help, and perhaps it can be a focus on the total of the 6-year program rather than the order in which it occurs, so that we don't run into that 24 months versus 36 months problem.
Very well. I'll do my best.
Thank you. All right. And with that, I'll turn to the attendees and see if there's anyone else who wishes to testify in opposition to this bill. Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to testify neither for nor against this bill? And seeing none, I will bring the hearing on LD 1629 to an end. The date for the work session will be announced fairly shortly, I would say. And I will ask Senator Sanborn to take over so that I can present the next bill, I believe.
Thank you very much, Representative Tepler. I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break. And then we can do the one more bill that we have on the schedule for this morning. And then the next bill isn't noticed until 1:30. So we'll take our lunch break and come back at 1:30, okay? So just 5 minutes. We'll be back at, let's say 12:25. Be back in just a moment, Representative Tepler. Okay, if the committee could turn on their cameras and let me know they're back, that would be great. Thank you. Oh, that's not today. I will get to today's hearings. Well, pick up with LD 660, which is an act to modify dental licensure requirements to consider credentialed individuals from other jurisdictions. This is presented to us by Representative Tepler, and so I will invite her to give her sponsor testimony at this time. You're on mute.
It is funny how many times as we do this, one can still trip up on the mute unmute button. So good afternoon to my colleagues of this awesome committee and Senator Sanborn. I am Denise Tepler, and I'm honored to represent my town of Topsom, House District number 54. And I'm also pleased to present to you today LD 1660, an act to modify dental licensure requirements to consider credentialed individuals from other jurisdictions. This bill comes from the Board of Dentistry and is a part of the efforts of boards that have come about as the results of a working group which I participated in. That group discussed and made recommendations regarding the high barriers facing immigrants in becoming recertified in fields in which they were qualified in their sending countries. Commissioner Head has led the way for boards under her jurisdiction to all adopt similar licensing options, which may help to increase the number of practicing licensed professionals in a variety of fields in Maine. This bill, which allows a policy of licensure by board endorsement, is one way we can increase the number of well-versed dentists and hygienists in Maine. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but will be followed by Penny Valancourt, the Executive Director for the Board of Dentistry, who is fully versed in the process this bill proposes.
Thank you, Representative Tepler. Are there any questions for our sponsor? All right, seeing none, I will invite Ms. Valancourt to testify. Good afternoon, Ms. Valancourt. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I'm Penny Valancourt, the Executive Director of the Board of Dental Practice. And I just, again, want to thank Representative Tepler for her willingness to sponsor this after deadline emergency piece of legislation. I do want to give you a little bit of background. It is a technical bill, very similar to the bill that you heard earlier with regard to LD 25, and that was to remove barriers to resident dentist licensure. LD 1660 takes it a step further in that it removes barriers to all licensure categories within the board to include dentistry, dental hygiene, denturists, expanded function dental assistants, and dental radiographers. So the board has a variety of dental professionals that it licenses. LD 1660 is comprehensive in that it removes barriers to the educational accreditation standards and removes barriers such that it limits the board only to consider licensure by endorsement from only United States or Canadian provinces. So this is truly comprehensive, technical, but I really want to be able to testify more to you in the sense that what inspires the board to do this work? Well, I'll tell you. One, it's Commissioner Head and her work as noted by Representative Tepler. The board is inspired by that work to remove barriers. It is also inspired by its 6 years of taking phone calls of dental professionals wanting to relocate in the state and cannot. So we work very closely with our stakeholders, our applicants. And in fact, I'm hoping you'll hear from 2 others later today. One is a dental hygienist from Jamaica, went through her education training, but is underemployed in the state of Maine as a dental assistant. This bill is for her. This bill is also for an oral surgeon who ironically was licensed by the medical board as an MD, but can't get licensed as a dentist. So the irony of these licensure issues are not lost on the board. It doesn't want to be seen as a barrier to individuals who are otherwise qualified and could be relocating and providing services in much underserved areas. So to the extent I can provide any information to you now or at work session, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Valancourt. Are there questions for Ms. Valancourt? All right, seeing none, we thank you. Representative Evans has his hand, his physical hand, I think, for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I couldn't hit the right button there. Ms. Valancourt, the board has the discretion within its authority to make individual exceptions or accommodate people applying for various licenses in its authority. And I'm assuming that you're using this on a case-by-case basis. Am I not correct in that assumption?
You are correct. And I think perhaps the general philosophy, I think, of a fully effective licensing board is to make clear the minimum requirements for licensure and identify pathways so that an individual knows exactly what's expected and required for licensure. And if there's any deviation from that, that it would then go to the board for a determination of equivalency. And I think that is very much what LD 1660 allows the board to do. So it's a minimum licensing qualifications. The other authorization the board has is on a case-by-case basis to investigate if there's any allegation of incompetence. I think that is, more important, the board's mission to protect the public. Yes, it issues licenses, but it has the authority to go in and investigate incompetent practice or unprofessional conduct. So I think that statutory authority is really where the board rests a lot of its work on. Minimum licensing requirements should be the easy part, quite frankly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any additional questions for Ms. Valancourt? All right, seeing none. Next, we will hear from Sally Sutton.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Sally Sutton, and I am the program coordinator of the New Mainers Resource Center at Portland Adult Education. And I'm very pleased to be speaking in support of LD 1660. As I've testified before you before, I spend my time working with foreign trained professionals who are trying to restart their careers here in Maine. And professionals who are licensed, particularly health professionals and particularly professionals like dentists, face the biggest challenges going forward in trying to be relicensed here in their profession in Maine. I too participated in the work group that Representative Tepler was on, and really am so pleased that Commissioner Head has really taken on the mission of opening up licensing for foreign trained professionals of the professions that fall within her purview. So I'm now even more pleased that the dental board, which falls outside of that, is also embracing that same vision of trying to remove those barriers and make it easier for foreign trained dentists and hygienists and the other dental professions to be licensed here. As you all know, oral health is a significant health issue in the state of Maine. And if Maine, through an ability to address licensing issues so that we're able to attract other dental professionals from other states, bringing more dentists and hygienists and other dental professionals to Maine is one way to address that. Allowing foreign trained dentists and hygienists to be licensed here is also another way to diversify our health professional workforce here, and just again begin to address both take advantage of the skills that people have and also work to provide better oral health care for Maine residents. And so again, I'm very pleased with this bill, and I encourage you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Are there any questions for Ms. Sutton? All right. Seeing none, we thank you for being here. Next, we'll hear from Sarah K. Mighty.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah K. Mighty. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on LD 1660. I am here to testify in support of the LD 1660 and 1660 and urge committee to pass the bill for the following reasons. I am a dental hygienist who was awarded a Bachelor of Science in Dental Hygiene in Jamaica from the University of Technology, Jamaica. I was licensed there the following year, January 2015, after which I practiced in Jamaica for 5 to 6 years. I practiced as the very first dental hygienist to be employed to the public sector, meaning that I worked for the Ministry of Health, Jamaica. Subsequently, I worked in private practice. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. My family has always lived in Maine, and so I had always traveled back and forth. And in the past 2 years, I realized that I needed to move here. So when I noticed that, I put a resume out on Indeed just to kind of see the job market for a dental hygienist, and it was huge. Almost all offices reached out to me. A year later, when I moved here, those same offices were still reaching out to me, which means that those hygiene positions were not filled. At that point, I started the process of trying to get my license to be transferred at whatever cost. Initially, I was met with a lot of I don't knows and I don't know what the route is, etc. I finally got word from the American Dental Association, who asked me to have my degree and my license evaluated by ECE, which is a board of evaluators. They did so, and they ruled that my bachelor's was accepted. It's on the same level as the bachelor's that is awarded here. After which the ADA asked me to sit the National Board Dental Hygiene Association examination. However, I reached out to the Maine board prior to sitting my exam because I have had issues with them. And so I wanted to, be sure. Imagine my dismay after getting to this point, which was an uphill battle, when I was told that regardless of the fact that the American Dental Association accepts my degree, and regardless if I pass, because I did not study in a school in America or Canada. At this point, I was just about ready to give up when I got a call from the board saying, you've already paid for your exams, sit your exams, and we'll see what happens. I sat my exams in February, which I was successful in doing so. I have been operating as a dental assistant here in Maine. I live in Lewiston. I operate with the Gentle Dental family. I have been keeping up with my CEs because as I said, I'm practicing as a dental assistant. I have been up to date with my CPRs. I have been up to date with all the CEs. And I work for a company that has 13 offices. And since I started working with this company, they have still been looking for hygienists, and they have not yet been able to fill such a position, which speaks to the lack thereof of hygienists in this state. And so I just want you to just, if you can, just remove the barriers that, for want of a better word, block immigrants from being able to practice here. I was also told by the board that I can go to a different state, get licensed there, and then transfer here on endorsement. The problem with that is I live in Maine, and if I go to another state, if a state is to endorse me, obviously they would have to see how I work, which means that I would have to be there for a year or two. So that would be me uprooting my life again. I uprooted my life from Jamaica to Maine. I would uproot again to go to another state so that I can be endorsed. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Mighty, and thank you for being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Mighty? All right, I'm just going to take the liberty of saying thank you for being in Maine, and thanks for not giving up. And hopefully we can solve this problem for you and other immigrants who are bringing their talents to our state. So thank you for your testimony and for speaking up. All right. Next, we will hear from Lisa Harvey McPherson.
There. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here today on behalf of Northern Light Health to speak in support of this bill. To highlight the importance of this bill, I will share with you the story of an oral maxillofacial surgeon employed by Northern Light Health Eastern Maine Medical Center. I believe this is the physician that Penny Valancourt referenced, and he had clinical responsibilities today, and he reached out to me for assistance. This physician moved to Maine from the United Kingdom and was employed by Eastern Maine Medical Center last fall. He came to us having fully completed all of his training and was actively practicing in the United Kingdom as an oral maxillofacial surgeon, practicing both in elective surgery and trauma surgery capacity. Unfortunately, his dental credentials could not be recognized by the Maine Board of Dentistry, but he is qualified to be licensed as a physician and does hold a physician license by the Maine State Board of Medicine. So his case is the reverse, actually, of the hearing that you've just completed. He needs to have the dental component of the licensure to fully complete his portfolio. His credentials are significant. He's triple board certified. These certifications are held by the Royal College of Surgeons in England. His pathway training included 5 years of dental school, 3 years in residency to become board certified in oral surgery, 3 years in medical school, 3 years residency to become board certified in clinical general surgery, 5-year residency in oral and maxillofacial surgery before becoming board certified. And he holds a full UK active license, both as a dentist and an MD. I'm not going to talk about why the dual licenses are important. I think you had a really good discussion about that with the last hearing that you had. But I do want to raise an issue that was not brought up in the last hearing, is the credentialing challenges that our surgeon experiences with the main carriers. Because he does not have that main dental license, some of the carriers will not credential him in his specialty as an oral I have a terrible time with that word, maxillofacial surgeon. So it becomes a credentialing issue for the young man that was before you earlier today, as well as the surgeon I'm talking about today. So we are in full support of the bill that's before you. And while it's the right policy to spread to everyone, which I think is the goal that you're after, I am very, very pleased to provide this gentleman's story. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey McPherson. The irony is interesting that we've got one surgeon who can't get a dental license and another who can't get a medical license. And they're similarly trained, but anyway, we'll hopefully fix both problems. Thanks for being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Harvey McPherson? All right, seeing none, we'll hear from Angela Westhoff. Good afternoon, Ms. Westhoff, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Angela Westhoff. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Dental Association. We represent about 85% of Maine's dentists. On behalf of the MDA, I'm pleased to provide testimony in support of LD 1660. As you have heard, this bill removes existing statutory barriers which preclude licensure of dental professionals from other jurisdictions and allows the Board of Dental Practice on a case-by-case basis to consider and evaluate educational equivalency in determining an individual applicant's qualifications for licensure. LD 1660 further expands the licensure by endorsement provision of the Dental Practice Act to include a United States territory, a foreign nation, or a foreign administrative division that issues licenses to dental professionals. Currently, the board may only waive examination and issue a license to an applicant licensed by another state or a Canadian province. While the MDA recognizes the Commission on Dental Accreditation, or CODA, as the gold standard, we also recognize the opportunities passage of this legislation presents, and more importantly, we're confident the Board of Dental Practice will continue to uphold its statutory mandate to protect the people of Maine. We urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westhoff. Are there any questions for Ms. Westhoff? All right, I don't see any, so we thank you for providing your voice to the chorus on this important bill. There is no one else on my list of folks to testify, and we have actually heard from everyone who's in our Zoom attendee panel today. So with that, I am going to close the hearing on LD 1660, and the committee will reconvene at 1:30. We're shockingly going to actually do what it says on our schedule. So we'll take a lunch break now, and we'll be back at 1:30 for 3 hearings this afternoon. And the clerk is drawing my attention to a promise that I made him, which was that all of you need to go to your emails and respond to the jacket emails that have been sent out by the LIO. Some of us have 3, I think, to do, and then some of us might have 4 or 5. And it was sent by Casey Milligan at 9:23 a.m. And so if you could please respond to those. Christian wants to finish them up before his last day with us, which is tomorrow. So, so please do that. He is asking for our assistance. So take a moment to do that during your lunch break, and we'll see you all back here at 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
So it is 1:31, and I'd like to call the committee back into session. So if you could pop on your video, at least just for a minute, even if you're finishing your lunch, so we can get started. Okay, hey, Mark. Okay, so let's see. So I think that we are all set with quorum. So we can get started. Let me just make sure that our sponsor is in the attendee list here. Yes, she is. Okay, with that, I will welcome everyone back to the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. This afternoon, we have public hearings on 3 bills, and we'll also do some language review after we finish our public hearings. Right now, we will open a public hearing on LD 1622, an act to promote individual retirement savings through a public-private partnership, and invite the bill's sponsor, Senator Eloise Vitelli, into the committee to present her bill.
Good afternoon, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the esteemed Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Eloise Vitelli, and I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I reside in Arousic. I'm very pleased to be here today to introduce LD 1622, an act to promote individual retirement savings through a public-private partnership. As some of you know, I spent my career of more than 38 years at what is now known as New Ventures Maine, helping Mainers start their own small businesses and become financially self-sufficient. Upon my retirement in 2018, I began collecting Social Security. I started drawing on the savings I had accumulated through my employer-sponsored retirement plan, and I continued bringing in earnings as a state senator. I'm lucky enough to have a stable retirement resting upon the 3 pillars of financial security: earnings, savings, and Social Security. Not everyone is as fortunate as I am, however, and many Mainers of retirement age are almost totally without one of these 3 key pillars. Over half of respondents in a 2016 survey said they planned on working past the age of 65, with a contingent expecting to work into their 80s. 1 in 3 Mainers over the age of 65 relies on Social Security as their only source of income. But with an average monthly benefit of just $1,100, this is simply not enough to get by. Yet despite these disappointing statistics, Mainers have an average of just $3,000 in retirement assets to form their 3rd pillar. The data tell us that people are much more likely to save for their retirement if they have a savings program through their employer, 15 times more likely, in fact. But right now, this option is unavailable to over 200,000 Mainers. We need to be looking for a solution that supports our small business economy and gives Mainers the tools they need to save themselves for retirement. LD 1622, the so-called Work and Save bill, offers that solution. This bill would create the Maine Retirement Savings Program, a way for working Mainers to contribute to an IRA directly from their paycheck. The program would be administered by the Maine Retirement Savings Board, composed of the state treasurer and 8 members appointed by the governor, representing experts in small business, labor, financial resiliency, retirement investment, and more. The program works like this. Employers who don't offer their own retirement savings plan will facilitate a deduction for their employees safely, securely, and simply straight from their paycheck. Employers do not contribute to the plan. They merely ensure the facilitation of the employee's contribution. The deducted funds go into an IRA where they grow over time, following participants from job to job until that person is ready to retire. I'll take some time to expand on some key features of the program. First, the plan is portable and the account belongs to the individual. As I previously mentioned, I worked for the same employer for 38 years. This is not, however, the experience that most people have. As people move from job to job, as they do more often these days, it's important that they not lose the progress they've made in saving for retirement. This program ensures that wherever someone is employed and wherever they go next, their savings will travel with them. Second, the plan is opt-out. Data show that when workers must actively choose not to participate, they are 70 to 90% more likely to save. However, under this plan, participants can pause contributions, change the amount they contribute, or stop contributing altogether at any time. This way, if someone's circumstances change, or if they get a job with a 401k or a similar plan, they can easily make the choice that's right for them. Third, by automating contributions, we simplify and streamline the savings process. When I first started my career, I was a young mother, fully consumed with the responsibility of daily life. Saving for retirement was the furthest thing from my mind. Automating my contributions to my retirement savings plan was an easy way to prepare for the future without needing to spend too much precious time and energy making it happen. Implementing this work and save plan is not only good for workers, helping them build that crucial third pillar, it's good for our small businesses. Though offering retirement savings plans is costly and complicated right now, it is a benefit that can attract and retain workers. By giving small businesses a simple and easy way to support their workers, we can help them compete with the larger businesses who may otherwise lure talent away. The Work and Save plan will also take pressure off of the public assistance programs and the taxpayers who fund them by giving Mainers the tools to provide for themselves. Maine seniors who can't make ends meet on their own must turn to private charity or public programs for assistance. Maine's aging population means that this problem is likely to get worse unless we do something about it. If every Mainer between the ages of 65 and 79 had just $1,000 of additional retirement income per year, taxpayers would save up to $15.6 million annually. Now is the right time to implement the Work and Save program and to give Mainers the tools they need to prepare for their own future. It's right for individuals and families. It's right for small businesses struggling to compete. And it's right for everyone else who chooses to live and work in Maine. There is one small amendment from the Attorney General that I want to offer to adjust the language around the initial funding to identify the appropriate source. I've submitted this correct language with my written testimony, and I will send it to your wonderful analyst. At this point, I am happy to answer any questions that you may have and know that there are other experts who are going to be following me who may also be able to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Questions from the committee for Senator Vitelli? Senator, I have one question. You brought this bill to us in the 129th. Are there any substantive differences that you'd like to point out to us about this bill?
There are really some very minor changes that we made, and there may yet be some others that we'll want to make through this process, but no, this is substantially the same bill that this same committee, although with some different members, looked at in the 129th. We changed some of the composition of the board, for example, based on some information that we received from some of the other states that have these programs. But otherwise, they're fairly minor changes Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I see that Representative Connor has a question as well. Go ahead, Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for being here. I was reading through the bill, and I just want to make sure I have the correct section here. Part 2, under the required elements of the program, and I believe it is B, says that a covered employee who is not a participant because that employee has opted out will be automatically re-enrolled with the opportunity to opt out again at regular ad hoc intervals. So if I'm reading that correctly, if an employee opts out, they're going to automatically continually be re-enrolled. Is that what the bill would do? Can you speak a little bit to that?
That is correct, Representative. Thank you for that question. Again, to go back to one of the key features of this program that I mentioned, making it opt out makes it much more likely that people will in fact save. But we want to make sure, make sure that they have that option to opt out at suitable intervals. So that's currently how this is set up.
Okay, but so they can opt out, but it says that they will automatically be put back in. How is that time determined? How does that look? What does that figure? If I opt out because I'm going through a financial hardship, but this bill says I'll automatically be re-enrolled, what's that time frame look like?
I don't have the section right in front of me, Representative, but I think it's on an annual basis. So every year they will have the option, do I want to go back in or do I want to opt out again?
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Any other questions from the committee for Senator Vitelli? Seeing none, thank you for bringing us this bill. And next we'll turn to other representatives or senators who'd like to testify in favor of the bill. And I'll call Representative Jessica Fay.
Sorry, it took me a minute to get my video going there. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler and members of the Healthcare, Insurance and Financial Services Committee. I'm Jessica Fay and I represent the people of House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond. And I'm here in support of LD 1622. When I wrote this testimony, it was going to be earlier today in the Taxation Committee, although I haven't yet been able to testify. They're still hearing a different bill. I just wanted to point out that Senator Bailey will be presenting a bill to help ease the property tax burden on low-income older Mainers. And it occurred to me as I was reading that bill that the issues in these two bills are connected. If we had more and better opportunities to help people with retirement savings, then we might have to worry less in the future about how to help people afford to stay in their homes after retirement. As Mainers live longer, it's more important than ever that we provide as many ways to help people save for retirement as possible. This proposal should be one of those ways. The cost of living our lives, food, healthcare, property taxes, utilities, can quickly outstrip the average Social Security benefit of about $16,000 a year, causing some older adults to live in poverty and make difficult choices. For younger people who work in jobs that don't traditionally offer retirement plans, this plan would be a great move towards better financial stability in later life. As a micro business owner who has employed one or two people at a time for 15 years and who didn't have the ability to offer these types of benefits to my employees, I see this as a way to compete with larger employers who have the financial ability to offer a retirement savings plan. As a self-employed person, for me, it would have been wonderful to have a place to go to help save for retirement instead of just putting money into a savings account that earns a few dollars in interest each year. Lastly, this proposal could help improve job quality for Maine's caregiving workforce, which is something that I always think about when I'm thinking about the impact of these bills, particularly on non-clinical essential personal support workers who often work multiple jobs to make ends meet. Direct care workers often have multiple employers, some of whom can't afford to provide retirement benefits. This type of plan would allow those workers to save. Even a few dollars each month adds up over time. I think about how many different types of workers this program could positively impact, and having a portable personal retirement savings plan could help so much. And I thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity to support this bill. And I just wanted you to know that in the background, you're hearing Lowell, and he likes the bill too.
Thank you, Representative Fay and Lowell. And are there any questions from the committee for Representative Fay? I have one representative, but I'm not sure you're the right person to answer it. We may end up having to feed it to someone else. But I believe there is a provision in this bill which allows people who have micro businesses with 5 persons or maybe 10 persons or less to opt out of the program altogether. Do you know if that's the case, or perhaps the program is not mandatory for them?
You know, off the top of my head, Representative Tepler, I don't know the answer to that, but I think having the opportunity to participate would be a benefit to small and micro business owners.
Thank you, Representative Fay. Yes, Representative Bleier has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Fay. I guess the question I'm having right now is when a employee opts into this program, are they allowed to determine what their resources are invested in, or is the board going to direct their resources?
I think that would be a great question for Senator Vitale or someone who might be a little bit more of an expert in investing at the work session. I might not be the right person to ask that question to.
Yes, I understand that, Representative Fay. In fact, Representative Bleier, I think perhaps that question should be directed to Treasurer Beck, who I believe is with us today. So hopefully you'll have the opportunity to ask that question again from someone who knows more about that and the structure of the program. Thank you very much, Representative Fay, for your testimony. And now I will turn to any other legislators who might be on the Zoom call who wish to testify. Please raise your hands, your little electronic hand. Okay, seeing none, I will turn to my list of those who wish to testify in favor. And first up is Tori Stewart of the Maine Council on Aging. Welcome. There you are.
Hi, everyone.
We can see and hear you now, Ms.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Tori Stewart, and I am an MSW student intern with the Maine Council on Aging. I am here to testify in favor of LD 1622. LD 1622 establishes the Maine Retirement Savings Board to create the Maine Retirement Savings Program to allow people who are self-employed or who are employed by employers who do not offer qualified retirement plans to establish individual retirement accounts. To know what important step this is, you need to look at the incomes of older Mainers and the challenges they're currently facing. More than a third of Mainers who are over 65 live on Social Security benefits alone without any retirement savings. The average annual Social Security income for these Mainers is $18,000. This is just about 140% of the federal poverty level and is not enough income for these people to meet their basic needs. While many of these people will need to make significant repairs to their homes and pay out of pocket for health care and home care, they will not be able to afford these expenses. This is also an equity issue. Throughout their lifetime, women are more likely to experience lower paying jobs with less access to retirement savings. Consider that nearly 90% of Maine's direct care workers are women. In Maine, there are twice as many older women living alone than men, and these older women have significantly less average annual income than men. Women are also more likely to have reduced wages and work experience due to childcare and caring for other family members, which reduces their retirement funds and Social Security benefits. This last part becomes cyclical. A quarter of Maine's 300,000 older Mainers will need 1 year of paid care for the remainder of their lives. Those who cannot afford care will look to their family members to provide that care, if they're lucky enough to have family available. And this task often falls to women to often leave the workforce at some point to provide the care. Myself, as a mother who has experienced a loss of income and who does not have a retirement savings due to positions that I've held to care for my family, I understand the need for LD 1622. My grandmother passed away in 2011 when she was 84 years old. Following heart surgery, she raised 6 children, mostly independently. She lived on her own for most of her life and was one of the hardest working CNAs you could meet. She could not afford to retire until she was 82. And when she did retire, she was in a constant worry about her finances. She was living on Social Security benefits and struggled to make her ends meet. She lived only 2 years of retirement before she became ill and passed away. My mother is in a similar situation and she does not have a retirement plan. I am concerned for my retirement plans as well. Women and low-wage earners in Maine need access to retirement savings programs so that they can stop working when they need to and have enough income to make their basic needs. I urge you to consider the importance of this legislation to hardworking Maine people, especially those who are self-employed or who do not have access to retirement plans. We can help to build a better future for the next generation of older Mainers, starting now by enacting LD 1622. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Stewart? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And next up is Janet Smith of Cache, Maine.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Affairs. My name is Janet Smith, and I am a Regional Manager for New Ventures Maine and the Financial Capability and Asset Building Coordinator for Cache, Maine. Cache, Maine is a statewide program of 10 coalitions working together to empower Maine individuals and families to achieve long-term financial stability. Since 2003, we have offered free tax preparation to low-income families and educated individuals about programs in the community that can increase their income, reduce their debt, and build their savings. Maine workers want to save for retirement, and it's difficult for them to save for it. Each tax season, Cache, Maine collects information about financial goals and challenges from our low to moderate income tax filers. In 2020, 34% of tax filers indicated that saving for retirement was one of their top financial goals, and 32% identified that saving for retirement is a challenge. Many of these tax filers work for employers that do not offer a retirement savings program. These individuals are also balancing other financial demands, like saving for unexpected expenses and other goals, and would benefit from a retirement savings program that would make it easier for them to save, like the plans offered by many large employers. The need for more access to retirement savings is great. At New Ventures Maine, my coworkers and I frequently have people in our classes who are of retirement age with little to no savings. Because Social Security does not meet their minimal expenses, they have to work later into life, full-time, part-time, or through self-employment with few other options. In addition, through our match savings programs at New Ventures Maine, We see that when providing low-income individuals with the knowledge, skills, and access to resources, they become successful savers. In the Family Development Account Program and the Rainy Day Savings Program, individuals save to buy homes, start businesses, buy cars, build up emergency savings, and other goals. We have reason to believe these individuals would have the same success with retirement savings support. Retirement savings are an important source of income and financial stability for older adults. With the decline in the availability of defined benefit pensions, retirement savings are the main way retired adults enhance Social Security benefits. However, it is estimated that more than half of US households and 2/3 of low-income households will not have the income to maintain their pre-retirement standard of living, according to the Center for Retirement Research. I support LD 1622 to address the issue of retirement security in the state. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And it looks like Representative Connor has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith. In your testimony, you stated that your organization, you educate hardworking families and individuals about programs in the community that can increase their income, reduce their debt, and build their savings. I'm just curious if part of that strategy is helping these folks that may not have an employer retirement program, helping them with any of the personal IRAs that are very easily accessible and very easily set up through either automatic transfers from their bank account. Is that part of the strategy as well? Do you guys help people with personal individual IRAs?
We do, yes, we do. When folks are looking to set something up for retirement, we do refer them to a local financial institution, not trying to favor any particular institution. And I believe this program would just be more convenient for them if they were to have access to something that would be an automatic withdrawal.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Smith, and thank you for your testimony. Next up, we'll turn to Jessica Simpson from AARP Maine.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the committee, my name is Jessica Simpson, and I'm a volunteer with AARP Maine, living in Cape Elizabeth. I am in strong support of LD 1622 and will testify to the need for and the simplicity of this bill. In 2010, I retired to Maine after working 35 years serving the public at the Social Security Administration. At my job, I witnessed the changes our economy had wrought on workers and the increasingly fragile nature of their economic state. Unfortunately, these changes exacerbated retirement income insecurity and increased the need for this bill. The trend I saw and heard from the people at my desk began with the disappearance of defined pension benefits, replaced by the introduction of 401k plans, followed by the widespread reclassification of employees to contractors, consultants, and freelancers, the burgeoning of the gig economy. Burdens were now placed on the worker/self-employed to not only save for their own retirement, but to learn how to invest and to understand they must pay into their own Social Security in order to provide for retirement, disability, or an untimely death. And because Social Security was never intended to be their sole income in retirement, workers were to be saving outside of Social Security as well. Yet, after 4+ decades, for those without a plan at work, participation rates in individual retirement plans remains at a meager 5%. In short, neither education nor the financial sector is successfully changing behavior when it comes to saving for the future. However, our state and local communities continue to shoulder responsibility to help support those who have no access to the 401k or a pension. Can't we agree the status quo isn't working and why people of all ages need a simple, automatic, modern way to begin to save? This bill does that. It begins with an effortless opt-in default by starting young with no minimum investment, being portable and low cost. It allows Mainers to turn the tide and raise our participation rate, evidenced in states like Oregon with a similar plan, to a much improved 72%. If LD 1622 passes, we can address our retirement savings crisis and concurrently save taxpayers millions in programs such as Medicaid, SSI, and SNAP. If not, a dismal savings rate will only have those costs mushroom as our population continues to age. Please support this bill, not just as a benefit to our working Mainers, but also as a benefit to our broader economic community. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Simpson? Next, I'm going to call Ms. Pinto, Patricia Pinto. I will ask that we've had quite a few people testify already, and we have quite a few more to come, and we'll just ask folks to be mindful to not repeat previous testimony, but to respect the committee's time and just present your point of view as briefly as possible. Thank you. Ms. Pinto, welcome.
Thank you. I'm having trouble getting my video up, but you can hear me, correct?
Yes, we can. So if you need to proceed without it, please go ahead.
Okay. So greetings, Chair Sanborn and Tepler and members of the Joint Committee on Health Insurance Coverage and Financial Services. My name is Pat Pinto, and I am the volunteer state president for ARP Maine. I'm also a former small business owner, so I very much see the benefits of this for both employers and employees. ARP Maine is the nation's largest nonprofit, nonpartisan organization, and we're dedicated to empowering Americans 50 and older to choose how they live as they age. On behalf of more than 200,000 members statewide, I thank you for giving us this opportunity to vote to testify in favor of LD 1622. This is the members of ours coming in the future, and this bill would be of benefit to generations to come. In my written testimony, I attached a list of businesses and organizations that have already signed on in favor of this legislation, and that list is growing. So I will not get into that. And again, many have already said in terms of the effect on people who are already retired and being able to live off of that income. There are statistics that are even more dire. Again, some of them have been mentioned already for women. A report by the National Institute on Retirement Security states that the gender pay gap eventually becomes a retirement wealth gap. So this contributes to the fact that almost 10% of Maine women 65 and older fall below the poverty line. Again, there are many sectors who could benefit from this. There is, again, it's already been mentioned about the gig workers and self-employed individuals would get to participate in this program. Also, people who are part of nonprofit organizations. Again, the larger nonprofits may offer retirement plans, but medium and small groups cannot afford to do so. And many small and medium-sized Maine businesses can't afford to offer their employees a retirement plan, but under this LD 1622, businesses will be able to do so because they would not contribute financially to the plan, and they would need only to set up payroll deduction. It also protects employers from any liability for issues surrounding the administration of the plan and investment results. A March 2020 Aspen program called Reimagining Retirement Amid New Uncertainty concluded that, again, that there were 15 times more people, 15 times more likely to save through automatic payroll deduction. And it's time for it is time now for, I'm trying to rush my comments here, sorry. It's time now for leadership among private sector and public policy leaders to make automatic enrollment savings plan available to all. Please join ARP Maine in supporting LD 1622. It's the right thing to do for Mainers and the right time to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pinto. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Pinto? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony, and we'll move to Star Pelsu of Portland.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Star Pelsu and I live in Portland. I too am a volunteer with AARP Maine. I am submitting testimony today in support of LD 1622. This bill will allow Mainers to prepare for their future needs. Life happens, and usually in ways we aren't able to predict. I had no way of knowing that my career would end in my 40s as a result of a traumatic brain injury. I thought I would have a full lifetime of work ahead of me. Instead, I contracted meningitis. I needed to stop working due to chronic vertigo because of the brain trauma that the meningitis caused. I am fortunate that I can survive on one salary, but many Mainers do not find themselves in that position. I wish I had saved earlier in my life for retirement. Many of the jobs I held in my earlier years did not offer such a program. If I had been offered the opportunity, I would have chosen to take advantage of the retirement savings. In the end, finding I started sooner than most, so I count myself lucky. One of the key features that I really like about this bill is that it moves with you. In my life, I had many careers, and it would have been handy to have something that would follow me wherever I chose to end up. I'm going to cut my comment short because I appreciate the time that you're giving to me, but I wanted to share my story and how life is full of unexpected happenstances, and mine changed dramatically when I was 40. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing your story with us, Ms. Pelsu. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Pelsu, or the Tower of Balaam, I think that is. Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony, and we turn to Gail Maynard of Perham. Ms. Maynard, if you are here and can hear me, please turn on your microphone and your video. Okay. Well, while Ms. Maynard gets that figured out, I would call Ruth Lawson Stops of Bath into the committee. Welcome, Ms. Lawson Stops. If you can.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and you could also turn on your video if you would like to.
I thought it was on. I've been watching you folks all along. I am sorry.
It's all right.
And
so if you just want to stay with audio, that is fine. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
okay, well, I'm getting failed alert signals coming up here that I've never seen before. So Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, and honorable members of the committee, as you've heard, my name is Ruth Lawson Stops. I am here today, obviously, in support of this bill, and you'll hear facts and figures from others. But the truth of the matter is that overall, Mainers are woefully unprepared for retirement. This is a sad reality for those individuals who will not enjoy their golden years as they wished, or have the funds to contribute to our local and state economies. It's a sad fact that for our state, as many of these people will need to rely on public programs as they age. I'm in support of this bill and will speak from the perspective of an employer of a small business. For 14 years, I developed and ran a small business. I learned quickly of the complexities of the fluctuations of revenue, meeting payroll, and the costs of keeping a small business going, especially in the early years. I cared about every employee we hired. I got to know them, their families, their joys, and their struggles. I wanted to run the best of businesses. I wanted to be a strong community member and support community services. I wanted to pay our employees a good living wage. I wanted to offer an excellent benefit package. I wanted to invest the necessary funds in the business for it to grow and thrive. Quickly, I learned that, as in all walks of life, you just cannot do everything. And one of those things was to offer a retirement program for our employees. I provided information about retirement options and programs that employees could enroll in on their own, but we did not have the ability to offer a retirement option. Employees were aware of the importance of saving for retirement, but as every paycheck came and went, employees met the many demands in front of them. We were fortunate that as the years proceeded, we were able to offer an employee retirement program as a benefit. Immediately, employees enrolled and contributed. Yes, their net pay was lower, but as I heard, I've just always had to get by with what I get. If it's lower or higher, I make it work. And it did work. As a small company, we were fortunate. Following our initial years, we were able to offer such a program. But wouldn't it have been wonderful if LD 1622 existed back then and we could have offered this program to the employees earlier? Wouldn't it be wonderful to know today that those employees, myself included, would have a greater amount saved for retirement? The cost to the employer is the mere amount of an additional payroll deduction, a relatively small cost of doing business. My experience has been that small employers in Maine truly care about their employees. Often the employees are family members, neighbors, folks they see in the hardware store and supermarket. These employers want to do what they can for their employees. Profit margins are often tight, preventing extras. If passed, LD 1622 will offer a tremendous opportunity for employers, employees, our communities, and the state of Maine. I urge you to vote ought to pass LD 1622 for the health of the people of Maine.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson Stops. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Lawson Stops? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and it looks like Ms. Maynard has been able to join us visually and hopefully by audio as well. So please go ahead, Ms. Maynard. Oops, unfortunately, you are still muted. So if you can unmute yourself, that is great. It's down at the bottom of your box. There's a little microphone. At the bottom of your Zoom box, I should say, or Zoom page. You did it.
Am I there?
Yes, you are. We can hear you. So please go ahead.
I apologize for the mix-up. Although I'm very old, I'm very new with the Zoom business. So, good afternoon, Chairs Sanborn and Tepler and members of the committee. My name is Gail Maynard. I live in Perham in Aroostook County, and I am a volunteer for AARP Maine. Today, I'm testifying in support of LD 1622. COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on working women. Before the pandemic, women had made important strides in the workforce. When the US Bureau of Labor Statistics first began measuring women's labor rates in 1948, 32% of women were in the workforce. By the beginning of 2020, that number had increased to nearly 58%. Then the pandemic hit, driving over 2 million women out of the workforce. Fewer women in the labor force will affect household incomes, retirement savings, and the pace of overall economic recovery for years to come. The future financial toll for women is particularly alarming because they are already more likely to face poverty than men in retirement. While Social Security is a critical safety net, it is not enough to cover the cost of retirement. Yet many women 65 and over rely on Social Security for their total income. During the pandemic, Maine lost more jobs on a percentage basis than in any recession in the past 50 years. The result is that more Mainers will face even deeper retirement saving deficits, and more workers will have only Social Security to fall back on. One of the biggest obstacles that prevents women from growing their savings is the lack of access to workplace retirement savings plans. In Maine, about 47% of female workers have no access to workplace plans even before the pandemic. LD 1622 will create a retirement savings program to help women and all workers take control of their future. LD 1622 will make it easier to grow the savings they need. LD 1622 provides a common sense solution to these problems and also benefits taxpayers. This type of forward thinking is just what we need to rebuild our economy and empower workers to create a more secure future for themselves and their families. I urge you to pass LD 1622 without delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maynard. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And next we turn to Dusty Homan Sprague of the Maine Women's Lobby.
I do not see them on the call currently.
Okay, well, she did submit written testimony as well. Let's turn to Courtney Eccles, the Illinois State Treasurer, who I believe is on the call. Welcome, Ms. Eccles. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Chair Sanborn and Chair Tepler. I will be very brief. I know you guys have had a lot of testimony already today. I do want to thank AARP Maine. They asked me to be here and just share a little bit about the perspective of these programs from the state of Illinois. We were one of the initial states to start a state administered retirement programs for private sector workers. So my name is Courtney Eccles. I'm the director of Illinois Secure Choice, and I work for the Illinois Treasurer's Office. I wanted to share just a couple of comments, and I think the first and most important is that these programs work. We launched Illinois Secure Choice about 2.5 years ago, and since that time we have over 87,000 Illinois workers who together have saved over $60 million for their retirement. And the thing I want to point out there is that these are, in many cases, lower income workers, part-time workers, and folks who might be saving for the first time. So as we look at those numbers and see the growth of our program over the last 2.5 years, I think for us, that's really the key component. And the reason that all of this works is because when it comes to the state administered programs, secure choice programs, the real focus is making something incredibly easy for employers and really simple for the workers to save. And I know folks have touched a lot on the problems in the background and the numbers behind why something like this is so important. So I'll focus a little bit more on some of the concerns we heard early on and in sort of two things that folks often bring up. And the first is, we have private sector solutions. Why can't we just rely on those? And I think there's a couple of things I would say from a state that now for a few years already has a program underway. And the first is private sector solutions are absolutely part of what we're doing to address the retirement savings access gap. What we've seen in Illinois when we rolled our program out is actually an increase in the number of employers who went out and got an employer-sponsored plan. For them, it was kind of enough of a nudge to say, you know what, I've been thinking about this. I don't want to work with a government program. I'm going to talk to a financial advisor and start my own simple IRA or my own SEP plan. And that's wonderful because I think for all of us at the end of the day, the point is about giving workers a way to save. But I think the reality is there are just employers for whom the cost or the administration or the legal and fiduciary obligations are too much. And that's where these programs come in. Secure Choice and the Maine Retirement Savings Program are not actually competitors with the private sector. We work in complement with each other. And I think that's a really important thing that comes up in a lot of different states when these programs are discussed. And I think the second really important thing I want to talk about is the understandable concern that folks have when they think about the role that employers play. For us, like I said, frankly, one of the most important pieces of success is making sure that these programs are incredibly easy for an employer to facilitate. Obviously, the main program isn't started yet, but I think the structure, the language you have in your bill and how these programs are forming across the country, very similar. So employers really play a minimal role. They register for the program, that takes a few minutes. They add their employee roster online. It's just adding an Excel spreadsheet. And then they remit the contributions the same way they remit payroll taxes to the state, payroll taxes for the federal government, any other remittances they do on a regular basis. And I would say that states that have launched these programs continue to improve the process to make it just really simple for employers, because at the end of the day, we don't want an employer to have to think about it. And in the same way that these are designed to not make an employee have to think about it either, with automatic enrollment, easy default options, of course, always with the ability for an individual to opt out or make changes if they want to. So very quick comments, but just really excited to see that these programs are moving along and certainly believe that they've made a huge difference for the workers in our state, and I think would do the same for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Eccles. Appreciate your being here. And I see we have questions from several members of the committee. Representative Connor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question I have is, when did this pass in Illinois, just out of curiosity?
Sure. The legislation passed in 2015. So our board formed at the end of 2015, and then we launched our pilot, so just a very small number of employers, in the spring of 2018.
And what is the size of the government entity that's overseeing this? The board, the employees, the total makeup of everything that it takes to run this program in Illinois. What does that size look like, and what is the dollar value that you have so far invested in the program?
Sure, no, great questions. And I was going to touch on this earlier, but didn't due to time. So this is very much a public-private partnership for us. I looked at your legislation. It's a similar structure. We have a 7-person board with our state treasurer serving as chair, and then a number of appointees from the governor's office. And the staff support is provided by our office, and there are 2 of us. So we have 2 full-time staff. Actually, for a while, it was just me. I started in 2015. And the reason for a very limited lean state government role is because we contract out and work with private sector financial service partners. So we contract with a firm that does all the record keeping, client services, administration, and the investment management. Again, for us, this is really about the state facilitating a larger program. So you build economies of scale, but not creating a significant workforce. And then to your second question on budgets, in our early years, so I guess I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but it's about $1 million to $1.5 million, but very similar again to your program. These will be self-sustaining once they're adequate funds because the fees will cover the cost of the program. And those are not fees to employers, those are fees savers bear. Really similar to the state 529 programs.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. And next up, we have Representative Melorano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Eccles, for being here. So is it an IRA that it is? Okay. And did you get a sense when the program first started that, like especially maybe some of the low wage workers, that maybe they didn't have a sense of how an IRA worked? For example, that there would be a penalty to withdraw before, what is it, before age 59? Do you know?
Yes, so there are penalties for withdrawal of earnings, but actually our selection of the Roth IRA was for a couple of reasons. And one was that since these are post-tax contributions, the workers always have access to their contributions penalty-free. And that's something that we actually have heard from workers around the state, that they take some comfort in the fact that with the Roth structure, if you've put in $50, you know you can take back $50 should you need that. And so obviously there's other benefits to a Roth if you're thinking from a tax structure and tax benefit standpoint. But I will say certainly for workers, obviously we would like folks to keep the money in for a long period of time, but we certainly understand that there are moments where they need it. And the Roth structure allows you that ability to take out the contributions at no penalty.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. And if I could have a follow-up.
Of course.
Thanks. And may I ask, what are the fees associated with these products for the worker?
So in Illinois, our fee is an all-in 75 basis points. So that means that is inclusive of the 5 basis points that go to the state, and then the administrative fee to our record keeper and the investment management fee. So there aren't any other fees anywhere else. We've structured it to be one 75 basis point fee.
Oops.
You're on mute. Yes.
Thank you. One more follow-up if I could.
Sure.
How did you put that 75 basis points? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Oh, so it's like 75 cents for every $1,000. And so it's there is no way to turn it into a flat fee, so unlike other structures where you might say it's a $10 fee per quarter or something. This is based on the amount of assets that someone has in their account. And there are different ways to structure it. And so we did it in that form.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Eccles, for being here. So a few quick questions. So when you were talking about you had a board, I think, of 7 and 2 staff members, and then you have an investment firm, that's different than what this bill is producing, right? Because we are going to do it all basically in-house. Is that correct? We're not, from what I can read from the bill, there's not an outside firm that's going to be investing the resources.
I guess I can't speak to that specifically. I thought I had seen language that within the board's responsibilities, they could enter into contracts with investment management firms, record keepers. It's very similar to the language we have. And so our board, did state procurements and have entered into agreements. Again, really similar to state 529 programs, if that's something you're familiar with. Mm-hmm.
All right. And so when you were saying employees can pull their resources out at any time, is there a limit to that, or they can pull it out every month? They can pull it out twice a year, once a year?
Sorry. So we have not put any barriers or penalties on the Roth IRA. These are Roth IRAs through and through. So the same federal guidelines that apply to anyone who's investing in a Roth applied to the Savers in Our program. So it would mean that you could make withdrawals, again, of contributions, not of earnings. We don't tend to see large numbers of people who are making, frequent withdrawals, but whatever is allowed with Roth IRAs under federal rules is the same for the program.
And what's the percentage of contributions in your state? Is it also 5% or is it greater?
No, it's a 5% default contribution rate. So that's we basically say, if you do nothing, you start saving into a Roth IRA at a 5% contribution, and it goes into a target date fund based on age and expected retirement.
Are they able to adjust that? Could they put in 2% or it has to be 5%?
No, absolutely. You can adjust it down, you can adjust it up, and we see savers who do both.
Okay. And then I guess the follow-up question I had was basically, in your state, do the employees have the ability to direct their money into specific Roth IRAs? Are they able to choose where their money is being invested?
Sure. So the way that our investment lineup works is that the board, and there was some language in statute, but the board created an investment lineup. So they worked with the investment managers. They have the set of specific fund options that are available to individuals in the program, and they set our target date fund options as the default. But to your question, in the same way that a person can lower or increase their contribution amount, they could also choose one of the alternative fund options that are available. So we have pretty limited lineup. The focus is really on simplicity, but there's 4 different fund options: a growth, a conservative, a capital preservation, and then the appropriate target date series. And I think we have 11 based on 5-year age increments.
Thank you.
Sure.
Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question, you talked about 75 basis points, and then I think helped us understand what that means. But my understanding is that's actually a pretty low fee compared to some of the other investment for retirement kind of options that folks might have access to. Can you speak to whether you've in your experience that's a pretty low fee, and why is it that you're able to offer a lower fee than if I were just to go out and try and invest on my own in an IRA?
Yeah, so on the fees, I think the important thing that we talk to folks about when we're looking at fees and pricing is that these programs should be compared to other employer sponsored plans, right? Because at the end of the day, this is the alternative to the ability to save through payroll. If you were an individual who could put down an initial $1,000 deposit into an IRA kind of off the street, you could probably get a lower price than what some of the state programs offer, but you're not contributing it through payroll. It's not automatic, right? So you're absolutely right that if you're looking at payroll administered plans, 75 basis points certainly falls on the lower edge, I think, of the averages or the numbers you tend to see, especially when you're thinking about smaller employer plans, which tend to be, can be much more expensive. And so, to your point about why these programs can operate more efficiently, at the end of the day, we can achieve scale that is just a lot harder. So for us, we have over 6,000 registered employers in the program. We're actually expanding the program, hopefully in the coming years, down to smaller employers, which will include tens of thousands more. And that's what really allows you to achieve the scale with the lower pricing to benefit everybody.
Okay, Representative Quint.
Thank you. I just have several questions. They're kind of out of order. First of all, can the board change that 75 basis point at any time, or is that permanently capped?
In our statute, we have a statutory cap of 75 basis points. So obviously our board is very focused on providing the lowest possible fee. And I would say that over time, as the program grows, the expectation would be that fees would go down here as well as in other states.
Okay, it does have written into statute, then it will not go above the 75 basis points, correct?
Yeah, not without some sort of change to statute, yeah.
Okay, and then second, like many states are insolvent in some of their retirement plans and they constantly need bailouts. So who actually guarantees this payout 20 years from now, since the plan hasn't been around that long?
So because these are Roth IRAs, very separate and apart from any sort of state defined benefit plan. You may not know Illinois numbers, but we often have to tell folks in Illinois, this is completely separate and apart from, not at all related to pension systems where there are guaranteed benefits. So the way that it works is, money is held outside, separate and apart in a trust. And it is an individual's IRA. The individual saver owns that account, and whatever they save and then earn is theirs. Yep.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure, of course.
Thank you so much, Treasurer Eccles, for your input to the committee. We appreciate it. And next, we will hear from our own treasurer, Treasurer Beck.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I'm State Treasurer Henry Beck, here to testify in support of LD 1622. It is nice to be back in my old committee. Before I forget, a few questions that arose. I think Ms. Eccles answered a lot of them, especially Representative Blyer's question about structure and how this sort of might look and work. But to Representative Tepler's question of Representative Fay about much smaller employers, as drafted, LD 1622 calls for the last phase-in of employers of 5 or more. Employers of 4 or less are not required to participate or offer or anything like that. However, they may at the option of the employer, not the employee. So I wanted you to be aware of that, Representative Tepler. The previous speaker, I think, just gave you some great orienting principles. Think of this very similarly to our state college savings plan, our 529 plan. There's a separate board. There is an outside investment consultant, asset manager, compliance specialist. They are running this program that is funded. You'll notice in this draft that it's initially seeded by an enterprise fund, but then over time it is funded. The program is funded by fees. The range we've seen, 40 basis points at the lower end, some higher. I'll now just briefly also share some comments about the way the Treasurer's Office is involved in the draft. The bill calls for the Treasurer to be a member of the board. We believe we can do that. The bill calls for the Treasurer's Office to staff the board. We believe we can do that within existing resources, especially up until some time that an executive director is hired. The board calls for the Treasurer to be chair of the board. I am neutral on that specific requirement. Apparently it's the case in Illinois. Neutral on it here. I will say there's a bit of an unstated tradition that the Treasurer does not chair the various boards and commissions like the pension fund or finance authority or that kind of thing. Now I'll just pull up my prepared testimony. That really sums it up, and we'll leave sort of the policy arguments to others. Did want to say, you've seen this proposal over a few legislatures. There will be a committee amendment, but it's my subjective biased opinion. This is a very good draft, having seen Senator Vitelli work on this over some time, especially with some particular requirements that the board, it's not an elected board, not a legislative board, but they have a fiduciary duty. There are ethical guidelines. And very importantly, you give the board flexibility to set the default rate, maybe to set fees, to set a timeline, to set an array of products. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Treasurer Beck. We have questions from the committee. Senator Brenner is first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Treasurer Beck, for being here. I love this idea and I'm excited about it. I'm wondering if you could tell me how you might get other people excited about it. What would the marketing effort look like for the department?
Well, the draft actually makes that a responsibility of the board to market the program, to market financial education. The LD 1622 also gives the board the ability, sort of an interagency cooperation to work with other state agencies to have access to data for marketing. I mean, the enterprise fund is the funding in the very beginning, and the most vital thing we can do, I think, is first set board policies, hire an executive director, probably a program specialist, an investment consultant, and really go from there. And also conduct sort of market studies to see, what are employers and employees feeling. Wouldn't recommend sort of advertising right away or outreach right away. But ideally, this product or this program sort of sells itself, especially with the opt-out model, which is really crucial to promoting savings and also making sure the program is viable.
Thank you.
All set, Senator Brenner? Yes, okay. I think Representative Bleier was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beck, for being here. I do have a sequences of questions. Do you know what the cost would be to start the program?
I know there is a limit within the enterprise fund. Hearing that Illinois got started with the funding that they did, I think the enterprise fund was provided by the litigation settlement would be more than sufficient.
And what's that amount?
I believe in the fiscal note it was 1.2 million.
Okay, and I understand that with the previous speaker that they chose to do a Roth IRA. In the bill, it suggests that the board may opt in to do a traditional IRA. Are you willing to put that type of offer on the table where people can invest into a traditional IRA rather than a Roth?
Would be certainly very much up to the board. I mean, I think she described sort of the policy reasons there and the attraction. There aren't tax deduction benefits with a Roth, but it is, I think it's less intimidating, less scary, especially for middle and low income earners to have it be post-tax dollars. But that would be a decision up to the board, working with a program consultant, working with our investment consultant after having looked at the landscape and what's needed.
Okay, also in the bill, it's a 5% contribution with the board direction could go up to 8%. Could we, would you recommend that we make that on a sliding scale? So if somebody can afford to put in 8%, but can afford to put in 1%, they'd have the ability to do so?
I think the draft might sort of allow that feature actually already.
Okay.
And I'll just, if I could say briefly, the thing about contribution rates, you want to make sure the rate is enough to fund the program and build assets, but you want to make sure that the workers, that they're not in some ways contributing too much, if they have enough at the end of the week for other things.
Okay, and my last question is this going to be somehow protected, the resources inside this program protected from maybe the state maybe borrowing against it or things of that nature? Is that part of this?
Yes, that was actually in my testimony. It's why you should always just stick to your testimony. The draft reads that the assets and liabilities of the program are not the assets and liabilities of the state, and sort of vice versa. And that's in the interest of the state. It's in the interest of the program participants that the state cannot take money from the pooled accounts or that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you were going to go with Representative Quinn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had that order correct. So
you're fine. You're fine if Representative Quinn will indulge me. Very quick question. So we've heard a lot of testimony from folks that say this is portable. It can go with the employer wherever they go. Is that limited to in-state? How does it work if an employee is working in state, moving from job to job within the state, but then they move out of state? Does this go with them out of state? And if so, how does that work?
And I would see no limit on that. You do have to think of it as a product. So I'm an employee that's made contributions to, say, a Roth IRA. The draft actually does not permit employers to make any contributions. And so with that said, I would then think it would be rather portable across state lines or not.
So the board are they in charge of setting up rules to figure out how to get those funds to the individual? Is, if they leave the state, that's kind of my question is, if I've been contributing for the last 10 years into the state of Maine, into this system, and then I move to Florida, does this IRA that's controlled or by the Maine board go with me to Florida?
Well, the account is very much owned by the account holder, right? And you'll get statements and you'll get an online login to look at your balance anywhere. the account assets belong to the program participants. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Just like any other normal IRA. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, and another question for you, Treasurer Beck, from Representative Quint.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I heard you mention earlier the option. That's for the employee, correct? Not for the employer.
Correct. As I read the draft, employer contributions are not expected nor permitted.
Right, but does the employer have to be a part of this program? In other words, do they have to offer it where they will be doing this for the state, like transferring the money? Or is this something that an employer can choose? I know you were saying like under 4, they wouldn't have to, but anyone over 5 employees, they would be mandated by the state that they would have to keep track of this from this point forward?
They would have to arrange the opt-out enrollment unless, and I think many employers are in the situation, unless they offer their own program.
Okay, thank you.
All set, Representative Quint? Yes. Senator Sanborn, did you want to ask a question? No. Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony, Treasurer Beck. We appreciate your being here with us for this. We have one more person on my list speaking in favor of the bill, Mr. Bucciantini or Bucciantini. I don't know which one it is.
Very well done, Representative.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and committee members. My name is Carl Bucciantini. I live in Greene. I'm a retired public school educator and also a volunteer with AARP Maine. I am here to speak again, as well as others, in favor of LD 1622. My story is like many 20-something know-it-alls at the beginning of their work career. I assumed that the pension to which I contributed would be enough to adequately sustain me in retirement. Just imagine my disillusionment when I learned that that was a pretty unlikely outcome. Why my state-sponsored retirement earnings wouldn't be enough to live on made little sense to me. But fortunately, I was wise enough, go figure, to listen to and to learn from those more knowledgeable than I. And by being an educator, I was extremely fortunate to be eligible for a variety of tax-deferred retirement savings options designed to make retirement more pleasant. What I learned, though, is that I needed to seek out the program and the provider that would meet my projected needs, and I need to work with my employer to make sure the payroll department could move my deductions to my retirement account. Now, I could hold my own on day-to-day finances, but the type of financial acumen required for these decisions far outpaced my skill set. Fortunately, I received some good guidance, so I muddled through, and I can now say, fingers crossed, that retirement looks pretty secure. As my career progressed, I often found myself facing a room full of fresh, young educators eager to make the mark. Like I had decades ago, they made the same assumptions that I did regarding retirement. Sadly, they face the same challenges that I did over 40 years ago: lack of familiarity with the options, inexperience, and the need to work with the employer to set up the deductions. Nothing has changed in over 4 decades. A few weeks ago, I was speaking with a local small business owner regarding his take on this legislation. And his first question to me, which is one we've heard before today: why should the business owner do this since these accounts are already available? Before I could even respond to his question, he answered his own question by drawing from personal experience. He doesn't have a retirement account because it's too confusing to set it up, and he has neither the time nor the knowledge where to begin. Sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? LD 1622 is a common sense solution to the retirement savings dilemma. It provides a ready-made mechanism by which employers can offer their employees a way to save for retirement directly from their regular paychecks. It's an easy, stress-free way to increase retirement savings with limited impact on employers. LD 1622 provides a vehicle for thousands of Mainers to begin to secure their own futures. It's a win-win. Individuals have a stake in their future, and the state will not have to provide assistance as a result. I urge you to vote in favor of this important initiative. Thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bucciatini.
Nicely done.
And are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Bucciantini? Seeing none, I will ask those who are in the Zoom call if there's anyone else who would like to testify in favor of this bill. Seeing none, we will turn to opponents of the bill, and I will turn the gavel over to Senator Sanborn.
Thanks, Representative Tepler. First, we will hear from Dan Bernier. Good afternoon, Mr. Bernier. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Bernier. I represent the main chapter of the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors. There is currently no problem with product availability when it comes to retirement accounts. There are hundreds of brokerage firms, banks, insurance companies, direct writers offering retirement plans to employers. If a main employer wants to set up a simple IRA to offer to their employees, they can do so at no cost. And for administration, they have to hand their employees one piece of paper a year that the financial company sends to them and says, you have to hand this to your employees. From there, it's the same as it is with this plan. You simply have to take the percentage out of their paycheck and deposit it into the plan. So the idea that administration of employer-sponsored plans is burdensome is simply not the case. What this bill does do, which is not currently going on, is that employees are required to save for retirement unless they opt out. And one of the things I would note, and Representative Connor already pointed this out, is on page 7, section 2B, if an employee opts out, they can still annually, without notice to themselves, be thrown back into the plan without any notice, any warning, and then they just have to opt out again. Now, during that interim, they've lost money out of their paychecks until they become aware of it. Just from a technical perspective, I think that section 2B on page 7 is a little bit troublesome, that you're just going to start taking money out of somebody's paycheck who has opted out without any notice or warning to them. The reality is these plans have not been very competitive with the private sector. In fact, a few years ago when these bills were coming up, we could stir our membership up pretty well, as it's becoming more and more apparent that the private sector isn't losing hardly, if any, very little business to these, and it may be none. I think we can explore that. I've heard different things. Investment options are not as good. Maybe the administration, I don't know. I tend to think some of it's investment options. I don't live in those other states. It would be interesting to explore a little more why they haven't been competitive with the private sector. One of the things that as you look at these two, the numbers, and I'm a little frustrated with some of the national numbers I get because they don't say as of what date, but what I was given is 37 states have rejected such legislation, 12 states have passed such legislation, but only 3 of those have actually gotten programs off the ground. I'm a little frustrated, and I'm going to give you some numbers, but what frustrated with the national stuff, it doesn't say, is that a 2020 number? Is that a 2021 number? So I'm going to just caveat that I'm not happy either that it didn't say as of this date. And when you look at some of these plans, the 0.75 basis, which the Treasurer of Illinois gave you, is a very good expense ratio. But remember, in every state that started these plans have been subsidized with millions from the taxpayers. Are those expense ratios going to be sustainable when the taxpayer money runs out? And I would suggest to you they're not, because these plans have a basic problem that they're accumulating lots of small accounts from these employees. Another figure I was given is that Oregon, Illinois, and California accumulated $110 million from 165,000 people. That gives you an average account size of $666. At a 0.75 basis points, that means you're getting $5 per account to administer the plan. If they do not start to get some larger accounts to carry the smaller accounts, which is what happens in the private sector, this is not going to be sustainable. To give you an example, if you have a $100,000 account at a 0.75 basis point, you get $750 to administer the plan. So if you're saving with a private company, the larger accounts really subsidize the administrative expenses for the smaller accounts. If you look at in every state that started these, you have a large accumulation of very small accounts that are going to be expensive to administer. And given those numbers, and I've kind of thrown this out in industry discussions, this is going to become very expensive to administer over time. One of the things we've become concerned about too is as you have this accumulation of these smaller accounts, what's your next step when your administration becomes a problem? What's your next step when these really don't take off? It's funny because, when the first bill, I think, came out like 6-7 years ago of one of these, and our membership was quite worked up about it. We're still opposing it. We have several other people who will be submitting testimony in opposition. As the plans have become less competitive, they're less stirred up. But this has a basic, this program, I question its viability over the long haul. And I'll just leave it
Thank you, Mr. Bernier. Can you wrap it up for us?
Yeah, I'm done there. Yeah, that's
Okay,
it.
great. Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Bernier? Representative Bleier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bernier. I understand the theory of this program, and you brought up some very valid points that I did not consider. So thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Bernier, is it legal for an employer to enroll an employee in a simple IRA without having them fill out a piece of paper signing up for it?
No, it's not.
Right. So it's not possible to have a simple IRA that's an opt-out format. Is that right?
Well, I think it's got to be a 401k to be an opt-out.
Right. I've got some really specific questions, so I apologize for cutting you off. So if you're a small employer who can't afford the administrative burden to set up a 401k, as at least 3 members and maybe more of our committee are, you have this simple IRA option, which is a great option. And I offer one to my employees, as I've talked about in prior sessions. But the big challenge, right, is how will we actually get folks to fill out that form? Because I can't require them to fill out the form. And it's another form that they have to fill out during onboarding. They don't have to fill it out in order to get a paycheck. And so it's a tough one. I just went through my roster and found that of my 32 employees, 16 are not enrolled in my simple IRA. And that's after I've been doing quarterly efforts to get them enrolled over the past year. So I'm thank you for answering my question about whether small businesses can have any sort of opt-out structure. It's not possible, I don't believe. Sure.
In a 401k, you can have an opt-out structure. And there are what I forget the technical, the advisors call them the baby 401k. There is kind of a small business simplified 401k. I, like you, I've only offered a simple IRA to my employees, so I'm more familiar with it. But with what's called the baby 401k, you can offer an opt-out plan. I've also been told by a lot of the advisors, the opt-out plans are popular with the employers. I think probably for a lot of the reasons you enunciated, that you can opt-outs are relatively new, but with the newer plans they're creating, they do tend to be more opt-outs. So that product is available. I can get back to you on the difference in administration between the baby 401k and the simple IRA. I'm very familiar with the simple IRA simply because I've offered it to my employees, where I'm less familiar with the baby 401k.
Right. Well, I would tell you that for many of the same reasons, wouldn't it be the case that for many of the same reasons that that you were talking about, lots of small little accounts, in fact, it's very hard for small businesses to find anyone who wants to work with them on a baby 401k. And if they do, it would be much more expensive than a simpler format. Isn't that the case?
Well, if an employer is interested in offering a retirement plan, I can arrange for them to get plenty of phone calls. I mean, that's not and people who are willing to work with them on that. The one thing that kind of, when we were having our internal discussions on this, that came up, one of the bigger problems that you find with having employers sign up for retirement plans is employers with a relatively stable employment base versus employers with a constantly shifting employment base. They have a lot of people who come and work for very brief periods of time. And quite frankly, that's probably one of your bigger things, because you do have to do the initial sign up as the employee comes in. And I don't think this bill changes that at all. I mean, I think it's going to be the same for this plan as it would for those other plans. And that if you have, if you have employees who come and stay with you for 5, 10 years, administration is very simple on a retirement plan. If your employees are changing over every 6, 9 months, then that's more of a hassle. And the other thing is, what you get with those is the accumulation of these very small accounts that I was mentioning before. So I think you can find that's one of the bigger factors in an employer offering a retirement plan.
So, Mr. Bernier, I agree, except that in this case, wouldn't it be the case that it would only be a small stranded account if the person left the state? Because as long as they move from, let's say they move from my spot, my brewery, to another restaurant, then they go design flowers with Stacy, and then they go work as a medical coder in Christie's practice, they're constantly going to be having the option of contributing to the same main Roth IRA program, as opposed to having to roll their simple into 3 different or 4 different employers' plans. Isn't that the case?
Not necessarily. What if they're shifting to an employer that now offers a retirement plan, so they therefore would be exempt from this whole opt-out thing? Or, what if they, first employer, they don't opt out, the next employer, they do opt out? So I think the problem still exists.
Okay, thank you. My last question for you is it possible to set up a Roth style simple IRA?
I believe so. Let me check. I'm hoping that there's someone who's going to be speaking after me who actually knows the answer to that question. I
Okay.
believe you can, but there's a later speaker who will probably be able to answer that affirmatively.
Okay, Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bernier, for being here and answering all of our questions. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to the group of folks that this piece of legislation would appeal to, in terms of whether or not they are currently customers of the folks that you represent now. And it doesn't seem to me like your customers stand to lose much business, because these are folks that don't currently have an investment vehicle. And if we're looking as a group to think about wealth disparity and closing that gap a little bit, the portability of this model seems to work quite well for seasonal employees like my farm crew, who I do offer a simple plan to and most don't sign up for.
What I would kind of somewhat agree with you here is, when this first bill came out, which would have been like the 127th legislature, the first time a bill came in on this. I think this is like the 4th time this bill's been in. We were really kind of, oh no, we're going to end up competing with the government. The government's going to create rules that make it hard to compete with them. That's not at all what we're hearing from our counterparts in other states, is that these plans aren't hard to compete with at all. And so our membership, I would say, is less worked up over this than they were back in the 127th or whenever the first bill came out. The flip side, what concerns me, if you look at, these have not had great success in other states. And if you look at this, you can throw out a figure, 110 million, and it sounds really good. But if you look in terms of the amount of money flowing into retirement accounts, these are not big numbers versus the percentage of people contributing. And if you kind of put them in context, the numbers simply these are smaller accounts. A lot of people after a bit opt out. One of the things a number I would like to hear is how many people are withdrawing their money after a period of time rather than leaving it in. Again, I'm not thrilled with all of the national information I get, but my understanding is these face a pretty high withdrawal rate too after a bit. And you have a little more power than I do to get some firm answers. So the competitive issue, but what happens down the road if this program's not really working? Do we give up on it and repeal it? Do we start forcing employers to participate? Do we do away with the opt-out? And I would say that's actually my concern, because I'll be honest, I'm fairly confident this isn't going to be hard competition. So what's the next step 5 years from now?
Well, the great thing about legislation is you can always go back and amend it if needed. But I guess what I really want to understand from you is, don't you feel inherently like there's value in encouraging more of our residents in Maine to be investors?
Yes, that I do feel, but remember, there's encouraging and there's requiring people to do something. And, with their own paycheck, one of the things, and another speaker is going to talk about the Secure Act and some other things going on, we should be encouraging people. People do not save enough for retirement. We need to educate them and encourage them and show them the growth. In fact, basically, what the people I represent really do is they go around and sell the idea of saving for your retirement. They sell the idea of investing. And so I strongly believe that's encouraging it. Here, we're creating, first of all, we're going to spend millions in taxpayer dollars. And now some of this may come out of a settlement. I'm not into all that. And then we're going to require people to save for their retirement unless they opt out. And then they're going to be every year or so just automatically thrown back into requiring to have money come out of their paycheck.
Madam Chair, if I could ask one more question.
Go for it.
Mr. Bernier, don't you think that there is a pathway to learning and becoming an investor that this experience could offer people as they're moving through their professional career trajectory? This is an entry point for people. This is an avenue in, so that then they might be more interested in your clients' products in the future as they became more stable in their financial situation. Don't you see that pathway?
Well, and I think you and I agree on the same goals here. Let me be clear. I don't agree necessarily with this method of getting there. We have had a change in our society based on savings. I write lots of wills in my practice here in Waterville. I used to write, you'd have a little old lady who worked at the Hathaway and probably never made 20,000 in her life, who would have 150,000 in CDs and have her home paid off. Then her grandson comes in who makes twice what she made and has 30,000 in credit card debt and no savings. So we have had a cultural change here that we need to reverse from that older Great Depression generation. And I don't think there's any doubt or question of that right now.
Thank you.
Representative, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which order. Representative Tepler, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, Mr. Bernier. My question for you, I mean, some of your descriptions of the program seem at odds with the actual bill that we're looking at. But beyond that, why are you focused on 5 years from now? And why are you not taking seriously the concerns of AARP and all of their members regarding retirement savings?
Well, I guess it's not fair to say I'm not taking seriously their concerns regarding retirement savings. I think I just said we need to get back to a culture where people save, I think, right before this. So what I'm saying is I don't think creating a government bureaucracy and mandating that people do something with their money in this way is necessarily the best way to get there. We have had this cultural change, and we need to get back to a culture of savers and people who save for the future.
Mr. Bernier, we have had wage stagnation since the 1970s. Mm-hmm. The cultural shift is that people are paid less, not that they save less. So I am quite concerned about your description, which I think is at odds with reality.
I guess I would disagree that. Having grown up here in Waterville, known my aunt who worked at the Hathaway for peanuts making shirts for years, but still managed to save. So I guess I could line up a pretty good chunk of elderly ladies who worked at the Hathaway who didn't make very much money. In fact, and I could get into some of the work descriptions of work there, but still found ways to save, still found ways to pay off a small home. And so I agree with you. We've had wage stagnation, but that generation, they found ways to save that grew up through the Great Depression.
I'm going to be 65 years old on Saturday, so I have to say I'm a little uncertain about your description of changes over time, and I mean, really, I think you're disrespecting a lot of generations, and I'm not sure I understand why you're doing that. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. I'm going to call next on Representative Matheson.
Thanks so much. Just two quick clarifications. You had mentioned that you thought the withdrawal from these programs was significant. Could we get some information at the work session about that? And also, can you clarify who you represent, what your membership is, just so that I can see who these people are and what you're representing? I'd appreciate that for the work session. You don't need to answer that right now.
I can answer who I represent. I mean, the main chapter.
No, you don't need to answer that right now. I'd actually request that it be at the work session. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bernier, you can go ahead and let us know what organization you represent.
I represent the main chapter of the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors. It's a collection of several hundred financial advisors and insurance agents who sell basically life insurance, mutual funds, annuities, retirement accounts across the state of Maine. We are a Maine-based organization. It does say national, but it's a Maine chapter where I answer to a Maine board. I don't want to say the membership. It used to be about 300. I know there's been some decline in the membership, so I don't know what the actual membership numbers rate of people across the state and in every county in the state.
Thank you, Mr. Bernier. Representative Blair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Bernier. So I guess the question I have is out of just an opinion. Let's say that these were small individual funds, and you're right, 75% basis point by the time you mail out statements and things of that nature. If the funds are not greater, would be cost prohibitive. Who would the employees that are investing in these accounts, do you think that their fees would go up to justify the expense to manage these accounts, or would the state step in? What would be your analogy of what would happen if it was not self-sufficient?
Well, I think there's a couple of different scenarios that could happen. Now, the one that I actually think is most likely is the state's going to be contracting with some private investment firms to run these. Is that over time you see private investment firms not wanting to contract with this program, because probably they're the ones that are going to have to eat the loss of these small accounts. If you look at Illinois, if the 0.75 is in statute, a statute to raise your expenses to a 1.0 or something is going to be an unpopular statute. You could raise the fees, the state could be forced to subsidize it. One of the bigger problems I think you first run into is private sector firms that actually manage the money not wanting to do business with the state program.
Thank you, Mr. Bernier. Mr. Bernier, does your organization oppose 529 plans?
No.
Okay,
thank you.
They're not mandatory. Okay. I think in Maine, they actually do get opened at birth, but we're not here to talk about 529 plans, so we won't go there. Next, are there any, I don't see any further questions for Mr. Bernier, is that right? All right, so we thank you for joining us. We appreciate your being willing to answer all of our questions and some of our frustrations at times as well. I think this is an area our committee has been really working on for a long time. So you may hear some of that frustration come out. So thank you, Mr. Bernier. Next, we'll hear from Elizabeth Frazier.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me all right.
We can, go ahead.
All right, great. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and honorable members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Elizabeth Frazier. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, and I am before you this afternoon in opposition to LD 1622 on behalf of the American Council of Life Insurers. We did submit written testimony, so I won't go into too much detail about our background. I'll just let you know that similar to the organization that Mr. Bernier represents, we're a national organization that represents those that sell life insurance, annuities, retirement plans, and other similar types of financial vehicles that Mr. Bernier mentioned. And we have quite a number of members in Maine, as you can imagine. They tend to be the same members as Mr. Bernier's organization. So I won't repeat the opposition that Mr. Bernier provided. We did oppose the bill last year, and our position hasn't changed. But I do want to speak a little bit to one thing that just came up very briefly in prior testimony. I just wanted to share a little bit about that with the committee. And that is the recent passage of the Secure Act in Congress and the pending, hopefully, passage of Secure 2.0 in Congress. So just to give you a quick overview, and there's more in my testimony about the Secure Act if you want to read about it. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it does open avenues to enabling particularly small businesses to offer retirement plans that they weren't able to offer before. Specifically, they can band together. You don't have to necessarily, band with an organization that is exactly like yours. It could be, a street of like a downtown group of companies that get together. And that's been a significant change to the federal law that has happened recently. There were also some changes that made it less punitive for companies. I think there was like a rule that basically said that, if you mess up once, you're out. And that has changed as well to make it more flexible and easier for small businesses that are the target. I wanted to tell you a little bit about Secure 2.0. It is, like I said, it was introduced in Congress. It has not passed yet, but it would allow a more robust opt-out program of the type that I think Senator Sanborn was asking about at the beginning, sort of something that we're not currently, that employers are not currently able to do, and that change may be coming soon. So I would just sort of encourage the committee to take a look at the federal landscape a little bit in the interest of sort of keeping up with those efforts. And then I would just close by saying, I think one concern that I have just sort of had or thought of is just the administrative burden. And I don't mean that term, like it's an overly burdensome, terrible burden, just without lack of a better word, the administrative burden on small businesses. I grew up in one here in Maine. My family still owns and operates a small business here in Maine. I do the payroll for a nonprofit right now. One of the things that came to my mind, and I don't know the answer to this question, but not all payroll programs and offerings are the same. There's a basic, there's an advanced. I don't know if something like this would be doable as part of a basic program, or it might require an employer to, enhance their software system a little bit. I don't know. These are just some things that would encourage the committee to take a look at. I just know that if I go home and tell my dad, who runs the small business now, about this, he'll be surprised. And that's not a negative necessarily, but it's just a way of saying that it is if the committee does go forward, it's a big thing, and it's a big change to a lot of the way that small businesses and employers cut paychecks. So I just do want to encourage you to, take that with the gravity in which it should be taken. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I am not as knowledgeable on some of the details as Mr. Bernier was, but can certainly do my best. And then, of course, be happy to get information for the work session for you as well.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser. Ms. Fraser, your written testimony implies, I think it's your written testimony. I apologize if it's not. I guess it says Michelle Carroll Foster, but I think it's from your organization.
Yeah.
It implies that there's some violation of federal law involved in this program. And I'm confused by that because there's at least 2 states that are operating this program, or a very similar program at this point. I think Oregon and Illinois at least, and maybe some others as well. And I'm not aware of them being under federal challenge. So can you speak to why you imply that there's some federal law challenge here?
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to it. If you don't mind, I'd like to put that answer together for the work session. I have sort of been danced in and around this ERISA issue, but I know it's evolved and I don't feel like I could speak to it as eloquently as I'd like to. So I am happy to get that information, and in contrast to the states that currently have programs for the work session.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any additional questions for Ms. Frazier? Ms. Frazier, I guess my last question is about the Secure Act. Your testimony says that it became law in December 2019.
Yeah.
I've honestly never heard of an employer group being able to put something like this together in Maine. Are you aware of any projects to put something like this together in Maine in the last 2 years since it became law 2 years ago?
I am not, and I don't know if that's because it's sort of like an individual business, opportunity, small business banding together, and so there's been no noise around a bigger effort. There may have been, I don't know. I'm happy to ask around. Dan may know a little bit more about that as well, and it may also be, just a question of people not having gotten there yet with COVID obviously hitting in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions for Ms. Frazier? All right, seeing none, thanks for providing your testimony to the committee.
Thank you, and I will be at the work session as well.
Next, we'll hear from Susan McKay.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and honored members of the health coverage. I'm still not used to this new title. Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. I'm Susan McKay. I live in Bangor, work in Brewer. I am a member of NAFA Maine and a past president of NAFA Maine, but I want to also tell you that I do not sell pension plans. I don't sell IRAs. I'm focusing my business more on the Medicare side, though a number of our members do. And I also happen to be a member of AARP, but I do not support their decision. And it kind of irritates me just a tad when they said they represent all of their AARP members in the state of Maine, because they don't. Everybody has their own individual opinions. So you've got my testimony in writing, but I'd really like to hit on some of the points that people have made. One of my concerns that I learned today in this committee hearing is that there are going to be several options for people to consider investing in, but I didn't hear anything about who's going to provide guidance to those people with those options that they would have, because they were talking stocks and bonds and mutual funds. And if you want to scare somebody away, scare them away by saying, we're going to offer this. In fact, we want you to get involved in this plan, but we're not going to tell you, we're not going to give you any investment advice on how to do it. So they're going to look to their colleague who sits next to them, or they're going to ask their employer for help. And that I don't think is going to be particularly beneficial. There are so many ways for people to set up retirement plans. I would question the people who currently aren't in the plans of the simple IRAs that have been mentioned today. My guess is those people are not participating, not because they don't want to fill out a piece of paper, but they have their own reasons, one of which may be the amount of income that they have available for investing. And when I look at how big the ticket is on putting this program together to accomplish something that people can already do on their own, I think that money would be better spent trying to put more money into people's paychecks so that they can save for retirement and they can get investment advice, whether it's from setting up a CD at a bank. I mean, that's not particularly scary. Or if they want to go to an investment advisor, like one of my colleagues. Also, I mentioned in my testimony about the law of unintended consequences. And I heard people at the beginning talking about the fact that, you know, in the future, we might not have as many people on public programs. Well, if the program did really, really well, that might be the case, but I think that that would be years down the road. And what is going to happen is that people who do contribute are going to hit that asset limit line, and all of a sudden they're going to lose public benefits because they tried to do the right thing by savings. And they're not going to be informed about that because the government isn't really going to give them a heads up. Hey, if you get any closer, you might be putting too much money in the way of affecting TANF benefits or other public programs. So I guess I'm concerned that this bill tries to offer one more option for savings, and I totally agree that it would be easy for someone to start investing through their employer. And if it wasn't for the fact there are so many other options out there, I might be supportive of it, but you're not going to give them investment advice. People can take their money out with, you know, just a change in the wind as to how they're feeling. From an employer perspective, it's not just that it's a free program, because they're going to have to track every employee. An employee's going to come in on a periodic basis and say, I want to change the amount that's going in, or I want to take money out. And I think the employers are going to be much more involved than they think they would be. So those are kind of some of the highlights that I wanted to mention in my written testimony.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. I have a question for you. Do you oppose the state 529 plans for college savings?
I don't, but the reason I don't is because it's a good alternative, but it's not like a required thing. I got the feeling from some of the committee members that we need to do this because people won't stand up and do the right thing and try to save for retirement on their own. And even completing one piece of paper is too much for them. And I just don't think that that's the role that government should play. I mean, they're already paying into the Social Security fund. And okay, I think they could do better if they got help on the outside, if they really wanted to save.
Okay, thank you. Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McKay, did you grow up in a family that had a culture of savings as part of what was taught to you as a child? Was it modeled for you?
I can't really say that it was. And the reason I can't say that it was is because I remember being in high school and they were just starting to put in financial planning seminars, which I thought was a great thing. I would say that my parents didn't. My father worked for a business that had a pension plan, so that made it easier for sure. And by the way, I'm a native Bangorian, so I've been here a while.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have next, not seeing any more questions for you, Ms. McKay. I will let you go back through the wormhole and we will hear from David Spellman. Good afternoon, Mr. Spellman. You can go ahead.
Very good. I'm trying to get my video to work
there
here
you
too.
Go.
Hi, folks. Senator Sanborn, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm a small business owner who has proudly sponsored an individual IRA for my office manager in my office. I have an office in Freeport and live in Cumberland. And as it happens, I'm a professional financial advisor, a member of the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors, Maine. And I see that you folks are strong supporters of all Maine people being able to save for their financial futures. Retirement readiness is a real problem in our country. So I agree with a lot of your strong premise and your intentions. So bravo for that. But I'd like to point out that it was very easy for me to find a mutual fund company to open up an individual IRA for my office manager. No minimum opening balance. There wasn't any fee or hassle. I spoke to my office manager. She's a young woman in her late 20s, and she was immediately interested. Having set up retirement plans in small firms, I'm aware that a lot of employers, so I share the sentiment of Senator Brenner. A lot of people, either they just won't sign up, they want the money in their back pocket, and they just don't. But in my case, I was fortunate, I think, in having an employee that would, and I ended up, she said she could afford just $10 a week, and I could have a company that would actually do that. I offered her a match of $10 a week, contacted our payroll service, and I think any payroll service that you would speak with would be able to offer the conduit. Again, no fee, easy, takes it out of the employer account, takes it out of the employee payroll, and they remit it electronically to the investment company. My employee was delighted to have this ability to save with her very own portable IRA. Sponsored by me, again, no costs, no fees, no strings. She finds another job, it goes with her anywhere in the United States of America, not just Maine. So it was very simple. So having had this experience, along with setting up numerous IRAs for my own family, my clients, as well as small company retirement plans, voluntary IRA plans, I've done it. Someone walks into my office and their employer is saying, gee, my employees want to save, or I work for a company that doesn't have a retirement plan, pull a string on my back, my first thing to say is, well, why don't you just ask them to set up a voluntary IRA? The employer doesn't have to contribute anything to it. They can do it now. Again, it's not that hard to find one that's completely portable with no fees. So to me, there really is not a need for LD 1662 as it is written. To me, it is a solution looking for a problem. I think the problem is education. So I say bravo for that. I mean, I'm with you 1,000% in terms of the real need for retirement readiness and financial education about the need. I'd also suggest that you might want to do a Google search about Roth withdrawal prior to the age of 59 and a half. Talk with your tax advisor, check the IRS website, because I think you're going to find, while there may not be a fee coming out, there isn't from a regular IRA either. If you take money out of a Roth IRA, there may just be a taxable gain on the gain. You get your money back with tax-free, what that you put in, but there's definitely a gain if you take the money out of there before the age of 59 and a half, and there's a 10% excise tax. I'm not the tax expert. I know a lot about IRAs, so check with your own tax professionals, and that's what I'm supposed to say according to my firm, but just Google it, it's right online.
Thank you, Mr. Spellman. Can you wrap it up for us?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I applaud you for bringing attention to the subject. I think $1.2 million would better be spent on a public information campaign that would be designed to educate small employers and their employees that this can be done on a voluntary basis. And Google it. It's not that hard.
Thank you, Mr. Spellman. Are there any questions for Mr. Spellman? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining us. That reaches the end of those who I had seen register in advance to testify, but we'd be happy to hear from any additional folks who wish to testify in any capacity with regard to this bill. If that's you and you're in our Zoom meeting, please raise your electronic hand at this time. Seeing no hands raised, I will close the public hearing on LD 622. And what's the will of the committee? We've got another hearing that'll probably take half an hour to 45 minutes, and then a short one, shorter after that. Does the committee need a short break now, or should we power through? What do people think? Keep going. Okay, I'm getting the bat signal that we should keep going. So I will open up a public hearing on LD 1645, an act to establish protections for private student loan borrowers and a registry of lenders. And we'll welcome back Senator Vitale to the committee. Good afternoon again, Senator Vitale. You may go ahead.
And I apologize, Senator Sanborn, I was off doing something else, so I missed the reason that I'm back in here. Have you moved on to the next bill?
We have. Would you like to present it?
Yes, I can do that. That was a quick ending to that last bill. Apologies. So good afternoon again, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler and members of this distinguished committee on health coverage, insurance, and financial services. You do cover a broad territory. My name is still Eloise Vitale. I'm from District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. And I'm pleased to introduce yet another bill to you this afternoon, LD 1645, an act to establish protections for student loan borrowers, private student loan borrowers, and a registry of lenders. The student debt crisis continues to threaten the health and financial well-being of millions of Americans and tens of thousands of Mainers. Right now, 45 million US borrowers owe lenders a total of $1.71 trillion, with a T, in student debt, with 43.2 million student borrowers owing an average $39,351 each. This doesn't only affect the student. Every 5 years, the amount of student debt held by borrowers over the age of 60 increases by 50%. Because of the pandemic, many borrowers with federal student loans currently have their loans in forbearance, and there's talk of canceling some amount of federal student debt. But many private lenders have not been as generous. Students, parents, and other co-signers who turn to private lenders to finance education face many additional risks that federal borrowers do not. 2 years ago, the 129th legislature, through this committee, passed my bill, LD 995, which established a student loan bill of rights to implement consumer protection measures for borrowers with federal loans. This Bill of Rights requires lenders to register with the state and directs them on how to apply over and under payments and to evaluate borrowers for income-based repayment plans. It also created the Student Loan Ombudsman and identified and prohibited misleading and fraudulent lending practices. Passing this law was a big step, but it still leaves a contingent of Mainers unprotected. The bill before you today, LD 1645, is a step toward protecting the 70,000 Mainers who hold private student loan debt. This bill will require private lenders to register with the state as we now require federal lenders to do. The bill prohibits lenders to place loans into default or acceleration in most circumstances, except for payment default, and outlines other collection practices designed to protect borrowers and help them fairly pay down their debt. The bill also requires lenders to publish any flexible or alternative repayment options they offer, such as income-based repayment plans, and to offer these plans equally to all borrowers. However, some of the most critical protections in this bill, to my mind, cover co-signers of private student loans. Many older Mainers take on debt to help their children or their grandchildren receive an education. As their circumstances change and they prepare for their retirement, many are surprised to find that they are saddled with a debt that had been misrepresented to them or that they thought they would be able to discharge. I've heard from a number of my constituents over the years who found themselves backed into this very corner. LD 1645 will extend to co-signers the same rights held by the primary borrower and will provide co-signers with information and protections regarding the release from and discharge of debt. It requires lenders to make the conditions of co-signer release clear upfront and to not require more than 12 consecutive on-time payments as criteria for release. Many co-signers of private student loans agree to co-sign under misleading circumstances and are surprised to find themselves attached to the loan for longer than they expected. The bill also requires lenders to discharge the debt for both borrowers and co-signers if the borrower dies or becomes totally and permanently disabled. I actually had a family in West Bath facing this very circumstance. It was really heartbreaking. If it is the co-signer who dies or becomes totally or permanently disabled, they will be released from the debt under this bill. To many Mainers, drowning in private student loan debt, which unfortunately has the potential to sink whole families. As older Mainers take on more student debt, they risk their ability to sustain themselves during retirement, to pay for necessary health care, to miss loan payments, and to fall into poverty. Instituting greater protections from predatory lending practice is the right thing to do for our private borrowers and their co-signers, and for Mainers' greater health and the economy. I thank you for your consideration of this bill, and I would be happy to try and answer any questions, but I believe those following me are much better able to speak authoritatively on some of the specific measures included in this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vitelli. Are there questions for Senator Vitelli? All right, seeing none, we will move on to Seth Frotman. Good afternoon, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We sure can, go ahead.
Great. Chairwoman Sanborn, Chairwoman Templer, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Seth Frotman, Executive Director of the Student Borrower Protection Center and former top student loan official at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. In 2019, this committee took the important step of passing a student loan borrower Bill of Rights, but the work is not yet done. Today, more than 70,000 Maine residents owe nearly $1 billion in private student loans. These loans are often peddled by predatory for-profit colleges and small lenders that operate in the shadows, using deceptive bait and switch tactics that leave borrowers with little to no safeguards when things go wrong. And unfortunately, things often do go wrong. For example, in Bangor, debt collectors relentlessly pursued a woman with severe disabilities for a private student loan debt she didn't even owe, seeking a court order to garnish what little income she had. Meanwhile, in rural Maine, a borrower was told by his lender that he could extend his hardship payment for as long as necessary during the pandemic, but was later told his cosigner's credit score was too high to be eligible for a reduced payment. And sadly, these are only two of countless examples of private student loan borrowers struggling all across the state. Unfortunately, these borrowers have been left out of any relief from Washington, and they are in desperate need of help. This bill would fill critical gaps in consumer protection law. For example, this legislation sets new standards for the servicing of co-signed private student loans, a burden disproportionately borne by older borrowers that too often jeopardizes their financial security when living on a fixed income. This legislation tackles the unscrupulous collectors that repeatedly abuse this state's court system by exploiting loopholes that allow companies to pursue illegitimate debts. The Student Loan Borrower Bill of Rights made great strides in tackling predatory student loan servicing, but we know that breakdowns in the student loan market do not end there. This legislation builds upon that progress by now addressing the debt collection abuses that we know have targeted the most vulnerable borrowers across Maine. And finally, this legislation establishes critical transparency over emerging financial products that brand themselves as, quote, innovative, when in reality, these products are simply innovating new ways to escape regulatory oversight. This legislation brings these companies into the light by simply requiring them to register with the state if they want to lend to students in this state, exactly as legislatures in Illinois, New Jersey, and Colorado are doing at this very moment, giving policymakers critical insight into how this market works and the protections that might be necessary to protect your constituents. The legislation before you today creates protections for your neighbors, your constituents, who took on debt to chase the American dream, only to be misled and deceived by companies that exploit the lack of protections in this market. Maine's borrowers need you to step up once again and lead. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Frotman. Are there questions? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for joining us today. Next, we'll hear from Jody Harris.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Jody Harris. I'm with the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm here today to ask you to support LD 1645. As Senator Vitelli said, Maine's Student Loan Bill of Rights addresses fraud and misleading practices for those student borrowers with loans issued by the federal government, which is about 90% of the loans in the United States. However, it does not cover borrowers with loans issued by private lenders. Private education loans amount to roughly $800 million in Maine, which is 12.6% of Maine's borrowers who are holding some level of private student loan debt. While it's a relatively small percent of the total education debt in Maine, which today stands at roughly $6 billion, it's important to note that the rate of Maine borrowers with private student loan debt is higher than in other states, which ranges between 7 and 10%. And as I said, we're at almost 13%. I want to highlight 3 specific servicing practices commonly found in the private student loan market that this bill addresses that are not covered by Maine's Student Loan Bill of Rights. First, private loans require co-signers, and this is often the parent or grandparent of a borrower. The worst of the private lenders obscure co-signer release provisions, continually changing the criteria and keeping co-signers on the hook for loans long after they should have been released. This leaves Maine seniors carrying their child or grandchild's debt well into retirement. In fact, the fastest growing segment of Maine's population with student loan debt is seniors. I'll say that again. The fastest growing segment of Maine's population carrying student loan debt are people over the age of 60. And it's largely because of this cosign provision. Second, private loans lack provisions to discharge debt if the borrower dies or suffers total and permanent disability. Many private lenders deny legitimate discharge, especially to cosigners, who then remain liable for the debt even after the death of a child or a spouse. And lastly, private loan contracts, student loan contracts allow for loans to be accelerated by auto default. This is when if a borrower dies or files for bankruptcy, the lender will accelerate the loan, meaning they'll require faster repayment, often to a point that forces the cosigner into default. And when that happens, the full balance of the loan is due immediately, which is clearly unmanageable in anyone's family finances. These 3 practices, which are not allowed for federal loans, would be prohibited under LD 1645, relieving Maine borrowers from financial harm that lasts for decades. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your service to the people of Maine, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Are there any questions? All right, I don't see any, so we thank you for providing your testimony today. Next, we'll hear from Jonathan Selkowitz. Good afternoon, Mr. Selkowitz, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is Jonathan Selkowitz. I'm a staff attorney at Pine Tree Legal Assistance, Maine's general civil legal service provider. I've been requested by Senator Vitelli to share Pine Tree's perspective on LD 1645. With the dramatically increasing costs of higher education and ballooning student loan debt, that Pine Tree sees impairing our clients' ability to improve their financial situations. Pine Tree supports LD 1645 as necessary to protect private student loan borrowers from the life-altering problems that can arise from private student loan debt. My testimony is going to focus on the bill's protections against abusive collection practices of private lenders and their debt collectors. In the past several last years, Pine Tree's represented an increasing number of clients who have been sued for private student loan debt in Maine courts. Many of the suits are filed by a fairly notorious group of securitized trusts called the National Collegiate Student Loan Trust. Similar to how the securitization of mortgages led to sloppy and abusive foreclosure practices in the state after the last recession, National Collegiate has committed much of the same abuses, which are well documented, and I've left citations in my written testimony. In 2017, the Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau brought an action against the trusts and their servicing agent for suing borrowers for invalid or unverified debts. Federal investigators found that the trusts were suing borrowers without documentation showing that they even owned those debts. They were using robo-signed affidavits in court cases. They were suing for debts after the statute of limitations had passed. And those trusts even sued their own servicers, alleging that their own servicers were failing to properly maintain borrowers' account records. I represented a father from Biddeford who was sued twice by National Collegiate as the co-signer of loans for his son, who tragically died after attending Southern Maine Technical College. In one of those suits, it became clear that the trusts were suing the father beyond the statute of limitations. In the other case, after we signaled simply our intention to mount a trial defense, National Collegiate folded. In another case where I represented a young father from Sanford, National Collegiate failed to comply with routine obligations to provide us with records proving that they owned the loan that they were alleging they owned. After we defeated National Collegiate's motion for summary judgment in that case, and the trial was approaching, they have informed the court they wouldn't be sending any corporate witnesses for the trial, and thus we're giving up on that case. Now, while these were good results for my clients, I have great fears about how those cases would have resolved if the borrowers were without an attorney. These experiences illustrate why the collection provisions and the right of a private action in LD 1645 are so critical. We cannot simply rely on government regulators to prevent these kinds of abuses. In fact, the Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau lawsuit against National Collegiate that I mentioned a minute ago was recently dismissed without any penalty for National Collegiate due to a technical defect in the CFPB's structure. Across all of Pine Tree's work, we're seeing the increasing burden student loan debt is having on our clients' ability to get a home loan, to avoid subprime auto loans, to qualify for favorable student loan consolidation loans, and to get to a place where consumer credit is helping rather than hampering their life goals. This bill is a major step toward creating the environment for Maine student loan borrowers to thrive, which benefits everyone in the state. For these reasons, I ask you to support LD 1645. Thank you so much for your consideration and for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Selkowitz. Are there any questions for Mr. Selkowitz? All right, seeing none, we thank you for joining us in our hearing today. And I will give the call for anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of LD 1645 today. I just got an exclamation point. Frank. Mr. D'Alessandro, I apologize, you're not on my list, but we would welcome your testimony. I may not have refreshed my list in the last couple of hours, so that might be the issue. That was the issue. I had not refreshed my list since lunchtime. So welcome, Mr. D'Alessandro, and go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Frank D'Alessandro, and I'm the Director of Litigation and Policy for Maine Equal Justice. First, I'd just like to thank everybody on this committee for all your hard work. I was able to do some other work as I was watching you do the last bill, and I think it's not said enough, but for everybody on the committee, your work is greatly appreciated, and thank you. And we're testifying in favor of LD 1645. In particular, we strongly support the provisions of this bill that let individuals harmed by the actions of a private student loan lender to bring lawsuits on their own behalf. We believe that private lawsuits are critical to ensure that individuals harmed by private student loan lenders have a quick and direct way to enforce the rights that this bill would guarantee. In 2019, the Maine legislature passed the Student Loan Borrower Bill of Rights. This law established vital protections across the student loan servicing market in Maine, but there remain actors and practices, specifically in the private student loan market, that are not covered by this law. LD 1645 creates critical protections for private student loan borrowers in three ways. First, it establishes protections including disability discharge and consignor release. Second, it closes loopholes in private student loan collection practices. And third, it increases transparency and accountability in Maine's private student loan lending market by establishing a registry of private student lenders. Importantly, this bill provides student borrowers the right to bring a legal action to enforce their rights under this law. Without private lawsuits, victims of services would have almost no way to directly enforce the rights secured by this act. And while the Consumer Rights Division of the Office of the Attorney General and other consumer protection agencies in Maine do great work on behalf of Mainers, the state of Maine does not have the resources necessary to monitor, identify, and prosecute all violations. If LD 1645 becomes law, borrowers or cosigners would be able to sue to enforce their rights under this act directly and at no cost to the state of Maine. Borrowers or cosigners who succeeded in their lawsuits would be entitled to actual damages, statutory damages, attorney's fees, and court costs. Private lawsuits would make private student loan lenders more responsible and help boost Maine's economy. The actions of private student loan lenders can be ruinous for borrowers, as you've heard. The lender doesn't suffer any immediate negative consequences for the behavior. While the practices prohibited by this bill are often lucrative for lenders, they're almost always damaging to borrowers, and private lawsuits against lenders would help correct this imbalance. And if you take just one activity that LD 1645 proposes to prohibit, the collection of debt in cases in which the borrower is disabled, the difference for a disabled borrower of not continuing to be required to make student loan payments could amount to extra income for the borrower to pay for basic necessities of thousands of dollars per year. The extra income would likely be spent in Maine. After polling 400 Mainers with student debt, the Maine Center for Economic Policy found that a quarter of them skipped rental or mortgage payments to make student loan payments. Allowing private lawsuits against private lenders is a reasonable solution. It simply provides a mechanism through which borrowers and cosigners harmed by student loan services may be made whole and gives them the power to ensure that the protections of this bill are fully enforced. And for the foregoing reasons, Maine Equal Justice strongly urges you to vote all to pass on LD 1645.
Thank you, Mr. D'Alessandro. Are there any questions for Mr. D'Alessandro? All right, I don't see any. Thank you for joining us and submitting your written testimony. All right, so I didn't see any other hands go up, so we'll move on to those who have registered to testify in opposition to the bill. And we'll start with Robert Caverly.
Good afternoon. We all set?
Good afternoon, Mr. Caverly. We can see you twice, which is a little odd, but go ahead.
All right, just proving I'm all by myself, so.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Robert Caverly, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs at the Maine Credit Union League, and we are submitting testimony on behalf of the League in opposition to LD 1645 as it is currently drafted. The primary basis for the League's opposition is founded in that LD 1645 would have jurisdiction over state chartered institutions. Of Maine's 54 credit unions, 12 have a state charter. This bill would create an unnecessary imbalance among Maine's credit union system by instituting a new regulatory framework within the state. Charters for financial institutions are a choice. To impose a drastically different lending and liability scheme on state charters has the potential to damage the state chartered system, which could eventually encourage credit unions to convert their charter from state to federal. There are significant strengths currently to the state chartered credit unions, and the balance between the state and federal chartered system is essential for the health and competition of financial services in Maine. This committee and your predecessors have done a good job of being cautious and avoiding putting up barriers on our state chartered institutions. I would encourage the committee to continue to hold that precedent, including actually earlier this session, LD 300 would have been an example of a barrier that could have been imposed upon state charters and not federals, and this committee rejected that proposal. During our research, the League also found a similar bill, which has been referenced earlier by the proponents in Colorado, that aims to achieve much of what the proponents are looking to accomplish. However, that bill also offers a full exemption to all credit unions. We would urge the committee to strongly consider taking such a measure up here for 1645. The League appreciates the underlying concerns brought forth by the sponsor and the proponents. However, we believe that it is not fair for this proposal to add additional burdens to a minority of Maine's credit unions simply because they chose to be a part of the state chartered system and not the federal chartered system. And also, especially given the fact that credit unions are not the source of the problem that 1645 aims to address. For these reasons, we would urge the committee to add an amendment to exempt state chartered credit unions or to reject the bill altogether. And we thank you for taking the time. And there's some additional comments in the written testimony. And I'd also encourage the committee for greater detail to review the testimony that was submitted by the Bureau of Financial Institutions. They do a much better job of explaining why we want to make sure that we don't burden state charters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Caverly. Mr. Caverly, if we extended the exception to cover all chartered financial institutions, banks and credit unions, national and state charters, would the League have any opposition to the bill?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Caverly? All right, seeing none, thanks for being here. Next, we'll hear from Kathy Canaboris. Good afternoon, Ms. Canaboris, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kathy Canaboris. I'm a resident of Hollis, and I'm here today representing the Maine Bankers Association. I did submit written testimony, and I've changed up my verbal testimony a little bit because Mr. Cavalli already outlined our primary concern with this bill, and he also referenced Superintendent LaFountain's letter to the committee regarding the unlevel playing field for state chartered financial institutions. So we would ask that, we also noticed that Colorado did exempt state chartered banks and credit unions, all banks actually. So we would like you to consider that for the bill. The only other point I would like to make is Article 16 of the bill that deals with private education lending practices. And it appears it's an enhancement to Maine's current Truth in Lending Act. So if you decide to move forward with the bill, we respectfully request that the committee consider how Article 16 outlined in LD 1645 interplays with existing Maine TILA law. Also, just to remember that any future updates to the federal law will automatically be incorporated into Maine TILA. So we want to make sure that there would be no conflicts between Article 16 and Maine TILA, because it would be hard for a lender subject to the law to be able to comply to both laws if there is a conflict. In closing, we believe student loan borrowers must be treated fairly. However, we cannot support a bill that results in an unlevel playing field for the Maine state chartered institutions. We urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 60 and 45 as it's currently drafted. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thanks, Ms. Canaboris. Are there any questions for Ms. Canaboris? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining the committee this afternoon and sitting through a long day of hearings to get your chance to testify. And next, I will ask if there's anyone else who wishes to testify verbally against the bill at this time. And seeing none, I'll call on Bill Norbert from FAME.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Bill Norbert. I'm the Governmental Affairs and Communications Manager at the Finance Authority of Maine. I live in Brunswick, and I'm here to speak neither for nor against the bill. I think most of you know FAME is a quasi-independent state agency that develops and administers programs related to financing both higher education and commercial businesses in the state. Our mission is to provide innovative financial solutions to help Maine citizens pursue their business and educational opportunities. As you have heard, the bill does various things, including requiring a registry, a private lender registry. We believe the way the bill is worded that it would cover FAME, and we respectfully request that the committee consider exempting FAME from the bill, from all of its reaches. We have discussed this matter with the sponsor of the bill, Senator Vitelli. She is agreeable to it. We really appreciate her listening to our concerns, and we hope you will agree with her. Just as FAME was exempted from the student loan servicing law enacted 4 years ago, we believe we should be exempted from this bill. It doesn't appear aimed at state entities like us. As a quasi-independent agency, there are legislatively created loan programs for students that we help to administer. We believe we have an excellent reputation for fairness and for doing the right things by Maine students and families. The legislature conducts oversight of us regularly. In addition to our better known state loan programs, such as Educators for Maine and the Maine Dental Education Loan Programs, the Maine Health Professions Loan, we also administer alternative student loans, which are termed private. And we inherited these from the former Maine Education Loan Authority. You might recall them. They were merged into FAME by the legislature some years ago. And so we administer the Maine loan and the Maine medical loan under those programs. We also partner with local banks and credit unions on the Maine Private Education Loan Network, through which we guarantee or insure loans that local Maine lenders make. And we think this has been a great program because it's really brought student lending back to local lenders and not just to the big out-of-state national companies, back to local lenders who enjoy the relationships with their local Mainers. We make no profit on these loans. We pass along benefits such as reduced interest rates to the borrowers. We also require financial education modules for borrowers in order to use these programs. So I won't read my final paragraph. I know you're all exhausted probably. I thank you for your service. I want to wish Representative Tepler a happy birthday in advance of Saturday. And I also want to say hello to my Brunswick Representative Arford. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Norbert.
You're welcome.
And I'll just direct the committee's attention to the fact that we do have a sponsor's amendment that has already been submitted that does include the FAME exemption language, and it's available on our portal. Thank you, Mr. Norbert. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll thank you for your testimony. We'll hear from Will Lund.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lund. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm trying to get you a little bit larger here on the screen. Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Will Lund, and I am Superintendent of Maine's Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. I'm appearing before you this afternoon to speak neither for nor against LD 1645. The bill would add 2 new articles to the Maine Consumer Credit Code, which is a primary law administered by my office. Article 15 titled Private Student Loan Registry and Article 16 titled Private Education Lending. The first article would require that any, quote, student financing company, end quote, register with my agency. With each annual registration, registrants would provide information listing all the schools attended by recipients of the loans, the numbers of loans issued, the default rates, copies of any form contracts used by the student financing companies. The Bureau would then be required to post that information on a publicly accessible website. The second article will regulate private, meaning non-federally owned or insured, student loan lenders, and would require certain disclosures to borrowers and co-signers, including rules governing co-signer releases. This includes releasing co-signers if the primary borrowers become permanently disabled. The bill's language would govern acceleration of loan debts and collection of such debts. It would govern evidentiary requirements if a private student loan lender pursues a debt in Maine courts. It would authorize administrative penalties, criminal penalties, and private rights of action for violations. It would require my office to issue rules pursuant to Maine's Administrative Procedures Act. Regarding potential financial impact, the bill sets up regulatory programs for student financing companies and private education lenders, but does not provide any funding mechanism to pay for the costs of the program. The number of potential registrants is unknown, but it could be a fairly large number, given that the bill would require registration even by those companies that provide funding for online schools. The Bureau, my office, would incur costs of administering the program, gathering data, and posting the data on publicly accessible websites. The Bureau would potentially be responsible for determining whether a borrower was totally and permanently disabled, such as to warrant a loan discharge. The Bureau currently assists borrowers who encounter problems with private student lenders. Under existing law, private student lenders must obtain licenses as supervised lenders. This bill goes well beyond current law in requiring the posting of information and in dictating what a private lender must prove in court in order to get a judgment. My concerns relate primarily to the issue of the resources that would be needed to perform our regulatory functions if this bill were to become law. Simply put, the Bureau would not be able to operate these additional programs within existing personnel resources. The bill would establish programs that require rulemaking, registration of companies located out of state, an administrative enforcement program, and I'm not authorized to suggest the extent to which additional resources would be needed, but I'd also like to point out that these provisions in this bill would be added to our agency's existing responsibilities as student loan ombudsman under the Student Loan Bill of Rights, and that no additional positions came to my office as part of that program. I'd be delighted to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lund. Mr. Lund, I have a question, which is, I think we added when private student lenders were required to obtain licenses as supervised lenders, they have to pay a fee, I think, for that license. Is that correct? And
That's correct.
Is that fee set in statute?
That fee is set in statute. I think that they are deemed to be the equivalent of supervised lenders. So there is, I think, a $300 application fee per year average for those. Income doesn't mean people, and that's really the distinction. But the answer is yes. Additional funds were brought in as a result of the Student Loan Bill of Rights and the requirement that student loan servicers be the equivalent of supervised lenders under the code.
Got it. So I just want to make sure I understand your testimony, and I realize it's fairly carefully written, and I appreciate that, although I'm trying to dig through what you're actually telling us, because I'm not clear on whether you're suggesting that there is not a sufficient other special revenue available given the $300 fee that these lenders pay to fund an additional person, so that we would need to raise the fees or in order to support the program, or whether you're saying we just would need to allocate an additional personnel resource in order to provide support for the program, but that additional allocation could, at least for the current, at the current moment, be accomplished within existing OSR resources that are related to the registration of these types of entities as it stands today.
Thank you for noting the careful nature of my testimony in that regard. The answer really is twofold. First of all, the bill before you today references registration and would impose new duties, but this bill today does not speak of any fees or any revenue to the agency. These are lenders and loan companies, different from the student loan servicers that were the subject of Article 14, which is the Student Loan Bill of Rights. So this is a new group of folks, new registration responsibilities, additional responsibilities over and above that. And this bill before you contains no funding mechanism for those. The second part is that simply authorizing additional licensing fees does not answer the situation here, which is that I have roughly 9 people in the office, some folks in the field, and about 27 different licensing programs. And there's, at some point, there is simply not the ability to take on additional programs without more people. The process for my requesting more people goes through the administration, and that's the reason for the great care that I used in describing it. But the bottom line is that I'm not able to say that we could take on additional responsibilities set forth in this bill without additional people to do that.
Okay, I understand that. So the other alternative, other than you asking for it, though, is for us to put it in the bill. So that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around a little bit. And so I do have one additional follow-up question, if the committee would just indulge me, which is that I'm trying to understand whether this is a new group of financial entities that is not currently registered or licensed with the state, or whether this is a subset of folks who already have licenses as supervised lenders.
That is a very good question, Senator. There are some technical problems with this bill. I can't pin down the sources of the different parts to it, but you will see, for example, that Article 15 defines something called a student loan company. Article 16 defines something slightly different called a private education lender. There are cross references back and forth between 16 and 15, which imply that they are supposed to be taken as a whole, yet all of the penalties and things in each article refer only to that article itself. So there is no reason in my mind why this could not and should not be a single article rather than 2 articles. There is quite a bit of duplication and technical issues there. But the simple answer to your question, if you look at the definition of private education lender in Article 16 on page 3 of the bill, you will see that it is defined to include anyone in the business of, quote, securing, making, or holding a private education loan. I don't know really what securing means. I know what making a loan is, and holding a loan implies that investors or passive investors may be involved in the current language here, may be implicated in the current language. So those securing, depending on whether that means arranging for, brokering, that is a different group than is involved in the current supervised lender or student loan servicer law. And holding is something that depending on what holding means, that is a different group. As I said, that could be investors,
Okay.
it could be different types of companies.
Okay, I'm wondering, Mr. Lund, if you would be willing to work directly with the sponsor and with Mr. Frotman on the language of the bill in order to make sure that we can sort of zero in on what the issues are here, because I think most of the testimony we heard was actually about the private right of action in this bill and some of the release provisions with regard to co-signers, which I don't actually think fall under your purview as much as under the purview of someone like the folks from Pine Tree or Maine Equal Justice or other lawyers who might take up those cases. So I would you be willing to do that, Superintendent?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that would be really great. We're obviously crunched for time as we near the end of the session, but I know Senator Vitelli and her staff are still listening in, and I think Mr. Frotman is still on the call as well and has extensive expertise in what it is we're trying to solve with this consumer protection bill. So I hope you'll work with them in the next few days.
We may obtain some guidance from the other states that are wrestling with these same issues.
Wonderful. And yeah, thank you very much for bringing some of the drafting concerns forward, as well as some of the resource concerns. And if we can tighten things up, certainly the committee is interested in your guidance and input on that. Are there any questions for the superintendent? All right, seeing none, we do thank you for joining us this afternoon. I don't have anyone else registered to testify in this hearing. And so I would just ask if there is anyone else in our Zoom meeting who was intending to testify today on this matter, please raise your hand at this time. All right, seeing no one, I will close the hearing and we will move on to a hearing on LD 1661, which is sponsored by Representative Perry of Bangor. The other Representative Perry than the one we usually see in our committee. Good afternoon, Mr. Perry, Representative Perry, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, distinguished members of the committee. It's an honor to be here in front of you today to introduce LD 1661, an act to protect the insurable interest of homeowners in multifamily residences. So this is a tough problem that was brought to my attention, and I'm not sure the title accurately describes the issue or the bill itself. So what I hope to do is just lay out the situation I'm trying to help with and ask for your help. The insurance lobby, I know, will be testifying against it. I'm going to ask for their help to see if there's a way to make this bill something that will work. It's kind of a unique situation where here in Bangor was brought to me by a specific homeowner. It's kind of a large historic home here in Bangor that's actually a duplex. So there's two families who own it, one on each side. They share a common wall in the middle. They share common grounds, although those are, distinctly drawn with property lines. But for certain reasons, one of the owners of half of the house is having trouble keeping it insured. And that, you can imagine, that could occur in different situations for a whole host of reasons. And
Representative
I'm not sure,
Perry,
but, if it was a condo association, a condominium, I think.
Representative Perry, your voice keeps dropping
Can't hear
out.
me?
Would you mind? No, would you mind turning off your camera so that we might be able to hear your voice more smoothly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, my internet in Bangor stinks, and if this doesn't work, I can dial up by phone. But basically,
it's better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Basically, one half of the owner is having trouble keeping the bill insured, and the other half is terrified that if anything ever happened, that half burned, it would destroy her property, her equity in her property. She'd have problems if there was a devastated half of the house that couldn't be repaired. Now, if there was a mortgage on the property, a bank would be made aware of a cancellation of the insurance. The bank could buy the insurance themselves and make sure the property was protected. The individual who's having trouble keeping it insured, a family member actually wanted to step in, but the insurance agency wouldn't discuss her insurance policy with him, wouldn't give him the information, wouldn't let him pay, wouldn't let him be the one to reinstate or purchase insurance for it. So it's just, it's a very unique situation, but for the individuals in it, it's a potentially devastating situation. So if there's a way we could give someone the right to be aware of or purchase on behalf of the owner of the other half of a building like this to make sure their interests were protected in a way that was not onerous, didn't cause other problems. If there's any way you folks in the lobby and your expertise could come up with a elegant solution to this problem, I know at least one family in Bangor that would be grateful, and I suspect there's a few more throughout the state.
Thank you, Representative Perry. Representative Bleier has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Perry. My question to you is if the homeowner is not able to get insurance and the family is not able to step in to get the insurance, what is notifying the neighbor that owns the other half of the duplex that the insurance has been canceled going to do? If the family member can't get insurance, is the other owner going to apply for insurance on their policy? What would we be fixing by notifying the other occupant?
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact problem I'm trying to solve. I mean, I spent a lot of time trying to come up with a simple solution for this person. And there just doesn't seem to be one there. And right, I don't think notification is exactly the solution either. It somehow, I mean, allowing a third party to insure someone who might, I mean, I think you could argue the owner of the other half of the building has an insurable interest. And if it came down to them insuring the other half of the building, and then I suppose they could take the owner to small claims court or I mean, in this case, money's not the issue. It's just someone who has difficulty tending to details. And so and so, I mean, it seems like there ought to be an easy solution for the owner of the other half to make sure her interest is protected, but there doesn't seem to be one.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't understand the full situation, but what you're talking about, I think, is somebody is called a half house.
Yeah.
But it's not an association. So when you get into a condo association, what would be the difference in a condo association where you have multiple buildings where somebody's providing insurance for that building? Does the association provide insurance for the buildings? What's the difference between a condo association and a half house is what I think you're implying.
Yeah. See, I don't know the difference other than I know there's thousands of condos throughout the state, and I suspect they don't have this same problem. So I think this is a rather unique situation. There's probably far fewer of them in the state, and maybe no one's ever contemplated this problem before. And I think maybe it's been made worse the last 20 or 30 years as privacy has become such a big concern. 20 years ago, my friend probably could have gone in and just bought the insurance, and no one would have asked any questions. So I think maybe a tightening up of privacy is what's led to this problem.
Representative Bleier, did you have a follow-up? No, okay. Representative Tepler.
So it's my understanding that a condo association that has a member that won't insure their home can take that member to court and require them to provide that insurance. And I'm wondering if it's a similar situation here, whether this is a question of a private right of action for your constituent.
I wonder the same thing. I would assume a condo association probably has a blanket policy that covers, covers everything. If something like this should arise, that this person obviously doesn't appear to have access to. But listen, before I put this bill in, I thought of every avenue I could possibly, remembering back to my 6 years on this committee, and that's why I've come to you asking your help. I couldn't come up with a simple solution.
Okay, thank you, Representative Perry, and we'll try and see if those who come behind you who are professionals in this area can come up with a solution. So thanks for bringing us the problem. All right, I don't have anyone signed up to testify in favor of the bill, which may be a sign of its problem in search of a solution as opposed to other types of bills. But let's hear first from Mr. Yardley from the Bureau. Good afternoon, Mr. Yardley.
Good afternoon, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Ben Yardley. I'm Senior Attorney at the Bureau of Insurance. I have testimony in opposition. Representative Perry and I did talk back in February about the problem. And I have to tell you that a legislative solution was elusive to me back then. And I honestly don't feel much more. It seems like such a unique situation that I wonder if there is one. However, having said that, I'll be happy to walk you through a little bit of the Cancellation Control Act. Property Insurance Cancellation Control Act in Title 24A applies to owner-occupied properties of 4 or fewer units and requires an insurer to send the named insured notice before non-renewing or canceling a homeowner's insurance policy. It also affords the named insured the right to request a hearing before the Bureau to contest the termination of coverage. LD 1661 as drafted would add requirements to this act that would apply to the cancellation of insurance policies on owner-occupied multifamily residents when the insurer seeks to cancel for non-payment. So I mentioned the term named insured a moment ago. This is the person who's identified on the declarations page as the of the policy as the insured. There might be other insured, such as resident relatives, but the named insured is the person who is contracted with the insurer for coverage and receives bills and other communications from the insurer. Most significantly, the bill would require insurers to send notices of cancellation to, quote, necessary third parties, and gives those parties rights to a hearing. This change is problematic for a few reasons. First, given the intent of the bill, which is to protect co-owners of multifamily property from surprise cancellations, well, I think the language is overbroad. Necessary third party is defined to include non-owner residents, not just co-owners. And it sounds like Representative Perry was talking just about co-owners. Those non-owner residents don't necessarily have an insurable interest in the covered property and might not be entitled to insurance proceeds for damage to the property. And I don't think they would have standing under the Property Insurance Cancellation Control Act to request a hearing. And requiring insurers to send cancellation notices to third parties would task them with tracking residents who may not be identified on an insurance policy, but nonetheless have to receive a notice of cancellation. And if the insurer didn't turn square corners on this, it could have an invalid cancellation that could keep it on the risk. And last, the Property Insurance Control Act already includes extensive protections. I think the current practices might address the concerns that gave rise to this bill. Co-owners can be added to policies either as additional insureds or as interested parties, and that would ensure they would receive notice of cancellation. And then there are private remedies or private options, such as having a power of attorney that would nominate the nominee to deal with insurance matters and could receive the notices. So happy to try to answer any questions for you.
Mr. Yardley, my question is about, can you guys hear me? I'm frozen. Oh, no, I'm not frozen. Okay. My question is about co-owners. I'm not sure these folks are co-owners of the property. I think they own two separate properties that share a wall. That's my understanding, or I think Representative Bleier, who knows this industry well, called it a half house. And so I'm not sure that your description of them as co-owners makes sense. And I'm puzzled by, you know, what we can do here as well. But I feel like the testimony talks past the issue a little bit in terms of named insureds and other family members. I think this is two separate families, or at least two separate ownerships entirely in the house. So I was just wondering if you could speak at all to condo association or homeowner association insurance, and I mean, maybe the solution here is that these two families need to form a homeowners association in order to then have some legal relationship amongst each other, and pledge to mutually get insurance for their half of the property.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with condo associations and homeowner associations, but a condo association was made up of the once the condo association's been turned over by the developers, it's managed by the people who have units in the property. The condo association usually has a policy of insurance for the common areas and the areas like I think to the surface of the paint on the walls, not including interior walls. And then each owner is required to have his or her own policy for the unit. And I understand there's some issues in a particular situation. I don't know whether this property, whether these owners are in a position to go that route, but that would be one that I think council would recommend.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yardley. Representative Bleier, go ahead.
Yes, just to add on that, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add on that comment, my knowledge is limited on half houses, but from what I can gather, it's basically a property line that they split the property, the building right in half, and one owner owns one half of the property, the other property side is owned by another half of a property, and a lot of them don't have association fees or associations to begin with. That's my limited knowledge of it, but my question to you, Mr. Yardley, thank you for being here, would be, and you may not be able to answer this question, if I owned a half a house and I have insurance on my property, the other half burns, and potentially, you know, they cut a hole in the roof to fight the fire. With the insurance company, even though that side is not insured, would the insurance company be, if somebody came to you and said that, you know, that my property is being ruined by the other half of the smell of smoke, would that half of the insurance, the person that's buying insurance, the insurance company be forced to take care of the other half to make the existing person whole?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can talk to my colleagues, and we can, if anyone who follows me is unable to answer it, we can certainly come to the soon to be scheduled work session. And I just want to say I had never heard the term half house until this afternoon. So thank you for that. I used to live in Manchester, New Hampshire. We owned a duplex that was referred to as a side by each. We owned the whole thing.
Got
Just
it.
a quick follow-up, Madam Chair, if I
Go
may.
ahead.
So the only, a lot of discussion, some discussion's been have about the owner being able to bring the other side to small claims court or to court. To me, that's problematic because the cost to do that is probably greater than the premium to insure the building. So just a thought.
That's an option, yeah.
Okay, the other hands went away. So I will move on. But I feel like we might be getting closer to the answer. My experience in a commercial setting was that if your neighbor damages your property, their insurance does pay for it. So that may be part of the solution here. So thank you, Mr. Yardley, for joining us today. And I'm just gonna say that we've got 4 different folks from insurance industry lined up to testify in opposition to the bill. The committee has been working a very long time today. And so I'm going to take the liberty of asking for those members of the industry who really want to testify against this bill to please raise their hand at this time. And if you decide not to raise your hand, or if you want to put your hand down after your colleagues have testified, the committee would certainly be okay with that. And if you want to submit written testimony, we promise to read it. Mr. Bernier, go ahead. We'll bring you in.
Hi. Good afternoon. Given your long day, I will keep it very brief. The big question we had, I'm Dan Bernier, I represent the Maine Insurance Agents Association. The big question we had is, who's going to make sure the insurance company knows the names and addresses of who they're sending these notices to? And when I sent this out for comment, I think Mr. Yardley touched on one of the other issues. You've had a long day, so that would have to be sorted out. Who's responsible for making sure we have those names and addresses?
Thank you, Mr. Bernier. Are there any questions for Mr. Bernier? All right. And seeing no other hands up, I will do a last call if there's anyone else from the insurance industry or anyone else who would like to testify. Mr. Sultan, you can come in.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. As you were asking about raising hands, my internet went, which is surprising since I have the biggest fiber you can get in Maine coming into my office. So thanks luckily I just got back on. So thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I am Charlie Sultan. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Association of Insurance Companies. And I want to acknowledge that Representative Perry has been for 30 years one of my favorite legislators, and just a great guy. And his bills are always interesting. I hate to oppose them. And I think given what he has explained, we would certainly try to work with him to solve this, though I'm not sure there is. As you have worked through the facts, these are 2 separate, distinct residences, as I understand it. And so there would not be an ownership interest of one side of the building to the other. So we couldn't insure it. So I'm not sure what to do about that other than forming a condo association, which I'm not sure sounds practical in this situation, given if one party is somewhat negligent in paying bills or paying attention to details. With that said, I will answer another question you had, and I think you've also answered that, is that if one side is damaged and causes whatever damage to the other, the less damaged property owner ought to call their agent or their insurance company, and there would be work to try and remedy what damage had occurred in the less damaged side of the building. So there are remedies already under current law for that. This is no different than a row house, apartments, and so on, where there are shared quarters, walls, and so on. And so I think under current law and practice, there's already remedies as best we can get. Trying to solve, issues like not paying bills, potential, dementia issues, if that's involved, where people don't pay bills, that's harder to address. And I think, as you've heard, the solution in the printed bill really doesn't address the matter and would be quite contrary to current practice and very unhelpful and virtually impossible to deal with, as Ben said. So with that, I'm glad to work with Representative Perry and try and tease it out more, but it may be difficult. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sultan. And yeah, maybe a power of attorney is really the solution, limited power of attorney at some point of some sort, especially if it's a forgetfulness problem as opposed to a financial problem that's causing the issue. All right, thank you, Mr. Sultan. Are there additional questions for Mr. Sultan? All right, seeing none, and I'll do one last call if you want to raise your hand and come in. All right, we thank you for your forbearance, Mr. Garrity. And so with that, I will close the hearing on LD 1661. And yeah, it's been a long day, but we do have a couple of language reviews that we should get out so that we can get those bills out of our committee. They're pretty straightforward, I think. So Colleen, I'm not even sure you need to screen share them because the committee has seen them in their emails. I will do a quick check of the committee. Is there anyone who needs to see these? I think they were just fiscal notes and then some language on one of the bills that we had already talked about.
That's right. If you've had a chance to look at them, I don't think there's any issue. The one thing I would note is with LD 800, which was the bill related to allowing government agencies to impose a surcharge. It does have a fiscal note that identifies potential savings to the biennium, but because it has a general fund impact, I think it may be likely a bill that would be referred to the special appropriations table, just to sort of give you a heads up on that. The other bill related to the provider notice has no fiscal impact. So that would be the only thing I would mention. I'm happy to share if you'd like, but otherwise I think they're good to get reported out.
Okay, and so with that, I'm gonna ask Christian to turn on his camera. It is Christian's last day with our committee, very sadly, although he's gotten a great opportunity elsewhere. So we wish him all the best. And I just wanted to let folks know that my goal is that after we get through this part of the session where we're working our tails off until, it's almost 5, and I know I have another meeting at 6 tonight. So, that is the life right now. But once that passes, I hope that we will have a chance to have a gathering potentially at my place of business, but potentially elsewhere. I'm open to suggestions if folks don't want to drive down to Portland. I think I live, well, other than Christie, I live the furthest south. So in any case, we could go all the way up to Holton, and we could go to lots of places in the state to have a celebration as a committee. But I think our committee certainly will take advantage of that opportunity a bit later. And it is absolutely my intention to hope that we can schedule it such that Christian can join us and we can do a proper farewell to him at that point. But I will open it up to the committee if there's anyone else who wants to make a comment.
I just want to say that Christian has been the most delightful surprise of this weird session, and that even though Heather and I hired him, I still haven't actually met him in person.
Nope.
So bizarrely enough. So I think that it would be wonderful to be able to get him to meet us all somewhere so we could actually lay eyes on Christian Ricci as he moves on to greener and brighter pastures. Thanks, Chris, for everything.
Representative Evans.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Christian, I sent you an email a couple of days ago. I think you got it. But in line with what Senator Sanborn is planning, Christian and I have sort of a relationship that he gets a call from me real early every morning about the link. So whatever decision is made about where we're going to do something or what it's going to be, I would like to receive my notification from Christian.
We'll make that happen, Representative Evans, and we'll have to make sure that for the Zoom meetings that we have coming up next week and the week after, that we've got a new point person for you. I think Colleen will be your
I'll
point
take
person.
over. I can take over. I'm sure Christian will leave me some notes.
Yeah,
6:30.
The Representative Evans file.
All right. Representative Matheson, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Christian. And I actually had the pleasure of seeing Christian in person, which was lovely. And I almost didn't recognize him because we're both in Mass. So I really enjoyed meeting you. I really appreciate you. This is the only thing that I know in the legislature is Zoom, but I'm amazed at the amount of things that you handled during this process, and you will be missed. And I look forward to celebrating you in person.
Representative Arford.
So Christian, I don't think anybody knows this, but over 30 years ago, I myself was also a committee clerk for Charlie Priest's committee. It was legal affairs and something, whatever. It was a long time ago. Anyhow, I understand how challenging it is to stay on top of all the details. And having done that during a pandemic when we were virtual, I will be for the rest of my life impressed by how well you provided for us exactly what we needed. And I'm also extremely grateful, and I cannot wait to meet you in person.
Thank you. Look forward to it as well.
Representative Quint.
I'm the spoiled one of the bunch because I'm actually in Augusta with Christian. And I've been here since January. So, however, we're in different rooms. That way he doesn't have to wear a mask the whole time and I don't either. But we get to wander by in the hallway and it's funny seeing him with a mask on then in the hallway. But I do have to say thank you so much, just because coming down from Holton, I had difficulty with all the bills. I would have to do all of my emails at once on Monday night, and the way that you batched them all together to make that easier, I cannot extend to you how appreciative I am of that, because it made a very difficult process for me go much more smoothly. So thank you.
Of course.
Thanks. Representative Brooks.
Yes, Christian, I wanted to again thank you and show gratitude towards your organization skills, your friendliness, your forgiveness for not being able to find links. Saved me a lot of times early on, especially. And I think your next opportunity is fantastic. You're a real great asset for the community, and I appreciate all the work you've done.
Thank you.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christian, I sent you my personal email and thank you for all you do. But I just want to say, from one tech guy to another, I've enjoyed your humor the most. I've picked up on your little bits of humor every now and then, and it's quite remarkable, and I enjoy it. So thank you and best of luck. Godspeed.
Thank you. Little crumbs for you guys to pick up.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo everyone else's sentiments, Christian, and I just have to say, I'm so happy you wore the pink jacket today. It's my favorite. Love the fashion that I get to see on the top every week, and you'll be missed. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You should know it has elbow patches too. Full stop.
Speaking of tech humor, Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I just wanted to thank you, Christian, as well. And just a sentiment, how everybody is pleased what you've done. You're an awesome young man. I think you're going to do great in life. So good luck in your new journey. And thank you for helping us in this committee during this short term that you were with us. Thank you again. Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it from you all.
I'll finish off by just saying that when Denise and I had to do the hiring process, it was the first time that we'd really done that, because we've had, a long time clerk in this committee who we really love. And so I was a little apprehensive and knew that I wanted somebody who would be really good at Zoom. And then we went through the applications really quickly, and it was almost like a little flurry to like, who gets to pick the best one? And so Denise and I very quickly asked Christian to interview with us, and knew immediately, both of us, I think, were just grinning. We got off the phone, we're like, who can call the clerk's office the fastest so that we make sure we get Christian and nobody else snaps him up. And I was so pleased that we were able to do it fastest so that we would get the best clerk. And I'm confident that we were very successful in that amongst the hiring process that happened this year. Although I have no idea, because I haven't actually watched any of the other committees that hired a new clerk this year. So I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. I'm just saying,
but Casey
I don't think
really
anyone
loved him.
I don't think anyone could have been better than Christian in terms of managing the incredible challenges that were thrown at you, and including the day that we couldn't go live. And you never lost your cool, at least not in any form that the chairs were able to see.
Not on camera.
Not on
Like
camera.
chairs.
And
or me anyway.
And yeah, so I was just super pleased that we were able to snag you up and have you for the 5 months of this crazy Zoom process. We're going to miss you for the next couple of weeks as we finish up our work. And we really thank you for helping us keep it light, keep it flowing, running our wormhole for all of these weeks and getting really fast at it. I feel like our wormhole did get shorter over time. You're anticipating each other's every move and getting people in and out of the meetings very well. So thank you so much. And again, we will all gather as we get the opportunity a bit later in the process here before we all go scatter off to the wind. So it'll either probably be in Portland or in Augusta if we are back there in person. All right. So with that, thank you, everyone. Thanks to anyone watching on Zoom or YouTube still who saw our little committee celebration. We do actually usually do this on mic at the end of the session anyway. So it's not all that unusual that we would be live streaming it. And I guess I will just say with that, our work today together is probably not done, because Colleen and Denise and Christian and I need to meet to figure out what next week looks like. So sorry, friends. But the rest of you should go enjoy your Thursday evening, and we will see you on Tuesday.
Can I say a preemptive happy birthday?
Happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Can we sing?
Yes, happy birthday,
I think
Denise.
singing on Zoom might be too much. I don't know. Someone else can lead it if we're going to sing. All right. Senator Brenner was the one who actually suggested it. So Senator Brenner, you need to lead it because I'm not a singer.
Happy birthday to
you.
Happy birthday to
you.
Happy birthday, dear Denise. Happy birthday to you.
Terrible. Thank you.
That was
You all are rock. I actually love this committee because I've now been in a bunch of others, and wow, people don't work the way we do. So thank you all. And wow, I can't believe I'm turning 65. I'm like totally freaked out about it, but that's okay.
You're going to have great health insurance.
No, I'm keeping my state health insurance another year, as long as I can before I'm termed out. And then I'll get the Medicare. But yeah, so wild, and thank you. And at least unlike my husband, you didn't end, you smell like a monkey.
No, we didn't end that way. Okay. All right. With that, have a wonderful